I have no religion, because religion is a concept by our pharaonic masters to manipulate us for their goal of total domination. And that's why all monotheistic religions come out of the Middle East, the origin of our pharaonic masters. Here you see the 42 principalities of Ma'at, and all the 10 commandments are in it. Like here, I'm peaceful, number 3. That means thou shalt not kill. I live in truth, number 7. Thou shalt not lie, or thou shalt not bear false witness, etc. They're all 10 are in it. And here you can see the pharaohs, with their slaves. So these rules are basically the slave rules, and also the rules for the people, the people of ancient Egypt, because there were the pharaohs, like the nobility, there were the people, and there were also the slaves. So these rules were for the people and the slaves. And by the way, you see the scales here of a serpent, right? So you see the difference in the faces, the difference. These are the pharaohs, look at their faces. And these are the African Nubians, the Nubians. So for those, who say that the pharaohs, they were all Africans, well, it's complete nonsense. Just look at the picture, yeah. So the whole religion, this is where it comes from, And, I'm peaceful, thou shalt not kill. They kill us by the millions, they put us in all those wars, and we're not allowed to kill them back. They steal everything of us, our dignity, our land, our freedom, and we cannot steal back. They lie, look at those politicians, they lie without end. We cannot lie back, so it's a big advantage for them. If the slaves, they are very obedient and they behave in this manner. So I am not a Christian, and in this video, helping you how to read your Bible. First of all, a true Christian should not live in a republic and adore the republic like these MAGA Americans here, because their leader, Jesus Christ, was killed and crucified by the republic and fought against the Republic of Rome, because Jesus was the king of the jaywalkers out of the royal house of King David. So here it says MAGA on the cross here, and it means Make America Great Again, which is a slogan by this guy here, Trump. So all these fanatic and patriotic American MAGA Christians are no real Christians, because they collaborate with the murderers and torturers of their spiritual leader. So here it says the Republic of Rome, here you go, and here with the Statue of Liberty it says U.S. Republic of America. America is in fact the reincarnation of ancient Rome. Both are republics, horizontal rule. So why, as a Christian, would you honor and collaborate with the new Rome? So here to the left you can see, and here it says the capital of Rome, and here the same thing to the right, the capital of USA. And they are both horizontal republics by the same masters. Rome was a horizontal rule republic with a senate, like in America. That's why in the US Senate there is the fasces, which is the Roman symbol of a horizontal republic. So the US Republic honors the Roman murderers of King Jesus. So here you can see the Senate, here you see the fasces, here a bit larger. Here it says, the Roman fasces is the horizontal rule symbol of all republics. Why? Because here are branches, tied together with this string here. And one branch, you can break it, but altogether you can't break it. So the old world order vertical rule is being ruled by one branch, meaning the king, like King Jesus in this case. The republic is being ruled by many people. That's why it's called a horizontal rule, because they're all together, like here, horizontal. They're all sitting at the same level, you see. There's nobody higher, or maybe a little bit here, but it doesn't mean anything. And that's why this new system, the horizontal rule of the republic, it has an X here, because it's really the biggest weapon and the best way to rule over the slaves. So merely by this, in the US Republic, they are basically honoring the murderers of King Jesus Christ, an earthly king, the king of the jaywalkers, with a crown of thorns on his head. Jesus, king of the jaywalkers, was from and a descendant of the vertical rule royal house of King David. That's why Christ in Greek, or Messiah in Hebrew, literally means the anointed one, after an old pharaonic tradition to oil the feet of an earthly king or pharaoh. So here it says King Jesus from the royal house of King David. And you see the crown of thorns with the crown beneath it. So here it shows the internal war within Pharaoh's nobility. So here it says, this is Rome here, the Senate, and it says horizontal rule, Republic of Rome. And here you can see Jesus of the king of the house of King David, the vertical rule by King Jesus. And Jesus was in fact the victim of this internal war within Pharaoh's nobility between the horizontal and the vertical rule. So here is the Christian cross, and here the flag of the most powerful republic and horizontal rule of all times. And talking about crosses and resurrections, America is the true resurrection of the Roman Empire, in the sense of being a horizontal republican rule against the vertical rule of a king. And Jesus, it says, Jesus was tortured and killed by the republic, which is a horizontal rule symbolized here by the flag's horizontal red and white lines. So why do fanatic American Christian patriots honor the horizontal rule Republican murderers of their leader? What happened in Rome, which was a horizontal rule republic. So why do Christians honor the republic? Well, because they don't read their Bibles properly and certainly don't abide by the biblical words. As it says here, it is not a sin to use your own brain, about which I explain more in this video here, vertical church versus horizontal temple, on the same channel. And please watch that, because I won't repeat everything in this video here. So you can see the title and the same channel. So in this picture you see on the left side the Protestant priests, and it says here horizontal rule, Republican Protestantism, versus here on the right side you see the Catholic priests, and it says vertical rule, kingly Catholicism. And although everything has changed now, in its origins the vertical church is the Catholic Church related to a king, and the horizontal temple of Protestantism is related to a republic. That is why the vertical rule of a king is officially called the divine right or divine rule. Then what would be the name for its opposite? And a republican horizontal rule, a satanic rule maybe? Well, logically the opposite of divine rule would be satanic rule, wouldn't it now? So here you see the coat of arms of the British monarchy, and the lion symbolizes the royals, the kings, the pharaohs, and on the other side is the republic, actually the Knights Templars. And that's why here you see the compromise Honi soit qui mal y pense for the Order of the Garter. And here it says here, divine right is vertical divine rule. But this here is interesting. It says here in French, Dieu est mon droit. Dieu, it means God. Et, it means and. Mon, it's my. Droit, it's right. So it says God and my right. It's another way of saying divine right, which is related to the left side, of course, but also in this picture here to the right side, because the Republic has taken over the horizontal rule. It's not a compromise, actually. There was a trap, you know, because England is a royal republic. You know, it's a horizontal rule, actually. So these ones here, they took it over. So if this side here is the divine right, then the vertical rule, then the horizontal rule by the Knights Templars and the Freemasons would logically be the opposite and the satanic rule. Wouldn't it now? The Bible talks about the prince and principalities as the evil one and his rulership. Here it says the Knights Templars were the princes. Here you see the Knights Templar hidden. Here it says in the Bible, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Ephesians 6:12. So then, what is a principality? A principality is a rulership by a prince or by several princes, like the state of Andorra is a principality, with Macron being the Prince of Andorra. So here it says anagram for Macron. It's like using the same letters, M-A-C-R-O-N. The anagram for Macron is monarch, a monarch. And in French, you write it without the H, the same letters as Macron. Could that be a coincidence? Maybe. And here it says the prince, he's officially the prince of the Principality of Andorra, Tsar, it means Son Altesse Royale, His Royal Highness Macron, because any prince is a Tsar, which in the Demotic Pharaonic language, it means the king or the pharaoh, like in a sarcophagus, which is the box to put the king in when he's dead. And I went filming in Andorra, but they just took my film off. You know. I didn't get any notice. It just disappeared. It's not there anymore. I probably said a couple of things too much. Maybe this video will disappear as well because I say these things. Other people who say these things about him being the Prince of Andorra, they have no problems. But apparently when I do so, I get censored and I just disappeared and all of those sort of things. Shadow banned. The Knights Templars were also called the Princes, as they were the second, third, fourth sons of a king, duke, count, baron, or other lord of a castle. By the law of the primogeniture, only the firstborn son getting everything. So here it says, Knights Templars were second, third, fourth sons of the nobility, called the poor princes. And here you can see them, around the octagon and the Templar's cross. And I repeat this here from Ephesians 6:12 from the Bible. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities. And in Europe, there are quite a few principalities like Luxembourg, Andorra, Liechtenstein, Monaco, which are actually all havens for tax evasion. As the Knights Templars, they were all about money eventually. But initially, they were poor princes. Therefore, the Templars depicted themselves as two poor noblemen without a castle nor an empire, needing to share one single horse out of sheer poverty. So here you can see them both sitting on one horse here as well. This is original stuff here. And it says two poor princes sharing one single horse. And these Templars had and still have their supreme prince called the Grand Master, who got burned alive in 1314 for being a Satanist in front of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. So the Supreme Prince got burned by the divine rule of the king for being a Satanist and a sodomite. So here it says, the Grand Master of the Knights Templars, also called the Supreme Prince of the New World Order, horizontal principality. The Knights Templars finally won the internal war within Pharaoh's worldwide nobility, as I've explained in the Swiss Beast series. And the princes founded their horizontal republic, where the princes can rule together in a so-called horizontal rule and having one supreme prince called the president. So here you see the whole principality together, all the princes. And here you can see the supreme prince, whom we call today the president, standing on the stairs, like on the White House or of the White House or the Kremlin or whatever. And it says the princes, because they're all princes, they're second, third, fourth sons of the nobility, and they are those who we call princes. The princes created their collective principality. You see, it's collective, they're all together. It's a principality by many princes, which means it's horizontal. So again, the princes created a collective principality, now called the Republic. So the Bible's principalities are the republics, where the princes can rule together in a parliament and senate, and each republic principality has its supreme prince called the president. So here it says, here you can see Prince Biden, there he is, Prince Putin, and here Prince Macron, the princes and their principalities. Swaziland was their first principality in history, founded in 1291, where 7 princes or 7 heads of state rule, like the beast with the 7 heads, and also with the Principality of Liechtenstein, the Stone of Light, being the deep state Swaziland, right next and inside Swaziland. So here it says 1291 Swaziland, the first Templar princes, their principality. And this is a map of Swaziland, and as you can see, it looks like a pig. You know, here's the leg, here's his, his nose, here's a tail. And even the Swissies themselves, they call it the Swiss pig, because it looks like a pig. And here, where the eye is, lies Liechtenstein, which is a German name, and Licht, it means light. It's almost the same word. And Stein is stone. And remember the 7 hills of Switzerland, called the 7 Prince-Electors, or die 7 Kurfürsten. In my video here, Helvetic Horror Heidi. So here you can see the 7 Prince-Electors, and Swaziland still has today 7 heads of state. And here's that film, Helvetic Horror Heidi, and HomieLand Sickurity. Here in Matthew chapter 12, verse 25 to 26 from the Bible, the internal war of Pharaoh's nobility is being described. And it says, "Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house, which is a royal house, divided against itself shall not stand. And if Satan cast out Satan, he is divided against himself. How shall then this kingdom stand?" So here it says, here again, Matthew 12:25, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation. This is a kingdom divided against itself. This is the internal war within the nobility, because a kingdom is being ruled by the nobility. And every city or house, a royal house, divided against itself shall not stand. This is the internal war between the princes here, 2 guys on 1 horse, because they were kicked out of the castle, so they didn't have enough money for each one his own horse. And it was the internal war between these ones founded the horizontal rule against the divine right and vertical rule of the king. It's all here, And here it says, internal war of princes and principalities against the king and his divine right. You must read the Bible as an historical and political book. Even entire chapters and books within the Bible are called kings. The Old Testament, it's only about kings and genocides and murders, and the white man is not even in it. So, why bother? Take it as something divine, sort of. So it's all about the nobility. Even the New Testament, because it's about Jesus Christ out of the house of King David, which is the divine right. That's where the whole divine stuff is coming from. So it even says in the Bible, which for me as a historian, it's an ancient and very powerful book. And remember that the Endtimes chip is being developed in this age of horizontal rule republics, also called principalities, ruled by the Knights Templar princes and their Freemasons. So I read it for you here, and he calls it all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here's wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it's the number of a man, and his number is 666. Revelation 13:16-18. So I see this part here as the political part of the Bible. It's all explicable, And before I explain you was the historical Bible, about the internal war being described, about the principalities, who are the princes, and the Knights Templars are the princes, and they made the Republic, and this is the result of all this. The Bible is historical and political. I don't see any religious hocus pocus. I mean, it's all logic, and it's we're here. It's understandable, and I made a video once about what the 666 is. I made it maybe 20 years ago, and I published it 14 years ago. I'll show it to you. So here it is. I made it 13 years ago in the beginning of 2012. And here's the title. It's on my channel, Gatsefrats, where you can start with reading this here. The Bible is a very interesting historical and political book, and it is a manual for Pharaoh's slaves how to behave and how to be obedient to Pharaoh. The Bible is an Oriental book by and for the Middle Easterners, and not for Europeans or Asians, since it doesn't even talk about Europeans or Asians, as the Bible stops at the Mediterranean, because the alleged all-seeing God didn't see any land nor people north of the Mediterranean. But as Pharaoh's nobility has taken over all the power in Europe and taken the white race as their slaves, the political problems described in the Bible are real, because the masters have taken their political problems and their internal war between the vertical king and horizontal princes with them from Pharaoh's land in the Middle East into Europe and Asia. So here you see the 42 ideals or principalities of Ma'at, and the 10 commandments of the same book, of this book here, are within the 42 principalities of the goddess Ma'at. And you see the opening of the sea, meaning the Pharaohs, they disappeared within the sea of peoples. Of course, the sea didn't open like that. It's all symbolical. It says the Bible is an historical and political book containing the slave rules. Forget about the religious hocus pocus, because on the level of our masters, religion plays no role at all, as religion is only to manipulate the slaves. And the dumb slaves always find for sole answer for the things they don't understand that it therefore must be supernatural, like the magic bullet here. Well, let me tell you, the Bible is not supernatural hocus pocus. We're not in the superstitious Middle Ages anymore, so use your brain. Believe me, there's not one single world leader who believes in God, Allah, or any religious book, because they're all princes of the Republic, having their supreme prince called the Grand Master. Why in Grand Master the word master? Well, because they are our masters and the masters of this world, as the Nazis were talking about the master race, or Aryans, being Pharaoh's nobility. And that's why they have these castles, And this was also a principality with the 101 Horus wings here, and the skull and bones of the Freemasons, and they were pretending to fight for the old world order and bring the German emperor back, until the old world order discovered it too late that they were betrayed and tried to eliminate Adolf in 1944 on I think it was the organization of July 20th with Klaus von Stauffenberg, the colonel. So these are the Aryans, and this is their principality, another one of the principalities, and being part of the big Templar principality. So it says the Nazi SS Wewelsburg castle of the Aryan, which comes from the Pharaonic demotic Arion. I already explained that to you. It means pregnant, Re, the son, on Osiris. And that means Osiris was born from out of the sun, of the Aryan Pharaonic nobility. It must be clear now, a long time after the Second World War, that the Germans are not really the Aryans, are they now, eh? These are the Aryans and the worldwide master race. And this is why behind every Japanese emperor is Amaterasu, the Japanese sun god, representing, of course, the pharaonic Amun-Ra, as in the flag of Japan. Therefore, in World War II, the Empire of Japan, teaming up with Europe's old world orders like Germany and Italy, in this endless wars between kings and princes. It says the Japanese sun god Amaterasu from Amun-Ra. You see, Ama from Amun, and here's the word Ra as here. They all have the same origins, and look at the long nose. This is not very Japanese. The nobility always have these long noses. And look how he's cross-eyed. They all have some sort of thing, like an arm that doesn't work, like Tsar Nicholas and the Emperor William II of Germany. This guy is cross-eyed. And as I told you before, it could be Himmler. I mean, look at it. It's very much the same, because it's the same master race. They're all over the world, and they team up in world wars and let us, the dumb slaves, fight for them. And in fact, those who were teaming up with Japan and their sun god, The word Nazi is very much related to the word Nazir, used in the Middle East and origin of Pharaoh's nobility, which means a prince, as in a principality, because they were the princes. It's all out of the Knights Templars and the Freemasons. Look here, Skull and Bones Freemasonry. Here is Horus, there's another sun god here. With these sun god here, here's the sun here below, and here the wings of Horus. They were teaming up with the other guys on the other side of the world with their sun god. And here it says Nazi from Oriental Nazir, meaning prince, as in principality. I just told you so. I mean, here you can see all the proofs. And the word Nazi, in fact, as in the Middle East, with and all the lies, going on there, it's not as the Philistines say it's from a Nazi jaywalker. Well, this Z-I, I cannot pronounce it because of the censorship, but it's not Z-I-O-N, as they say. It's complete nonsense. So, as in Arabic, Nazir, it means a prince. So the word Nazi has actually more Arabic in it than it has jaywalker stuff in it. Although the jaywalkers, they have the same word for Nazir, almost similar, meaning the prince, as in a principality. This is what this political and historical book called the Bible warned us for: the Nazir princes and their principalities. And now, today, each republic and each constitutional monarchy has their supreme prince, president, ruling over the slaves, with each prince or president being part of a brotherhood or fraternity, as in the French Revolutionary Freemason slogan, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, meaning freedom, equality, fraternity. Here it says the Brotherhood of Princes and their various principalities called the Republic. And on top of all these Freemason fraternities, of which all prince-presidents make part of, there is the Templar Brotherhood fraternity, with a Grand Master being the Prince of Princes and ruling over many principalities, the Supreme Prince, Grand Master. As I've already shown you in many of my videos, how the Swissies steer everything out of Pharaoh's neutral base in the Alps, I will show you in this video how the Swissies steered some important and upsetting events of this year in 2024. So here you can see some Swiss t-shirts that reflect the state of their minds. Here it says, half Swiss is better than none. So even a half Swiss is even better than the rest of humanity. This is the way they think. And here it says, all these Swiss crosses are everywhere. Made in Switzerland, perfection guaranteed. So they think they are better than the rest of the world. And I was really like a subhuman over there, And as they finance Hitler, the whole idea of the subhuman races and everything, it all comes out of Switzerland. That's why they finance these Nazis and everything. And you can see that, this is the reflection of their minds. So in May 2024, there was the Eurovision Song Contest that has shocked many people and upset, most of all, many religious people around the world. like the performance of Bambi Thug from Ireland with the song Doomsday Blue, being dressed up like the devil or a demon with the devil's horns with black eyes, being licked by another demon with horns, all together performing in a demonic pentagram, 5-pointed star, and all together standing in a huge Swiss cross. So here it says, why the stage is a huge Swiss cross. Here you see the Swiss cross. Here you see the Bambi Thug. On the Eurovision Song Contest. This is a Swiss cross, all these symbols, I mean, look at the symbols. They all have a meaning. It's nothing just for nothing, It all has a sense and a purpose. Why a Swiss cross, you might ask? Well, because the whole thing is being steered and organized from out of Swaziland. And this, the Eurovision Song Contest, it was in Sweden, not even in Swaziland. And here in Swaziland, as you can see here, they do it a lot. They put a Swiss cross on the floor, on the ground, just like here. It probably means something. This is Swiss property, or you're standing on Swiss ground. The whole globe is Swiss ground. We own everything, something like this. Because it's quite strange, a Swiss cross in Sweden, eh? But I explain you why. The ESC, or Eurovision Song Contest, gets organized by the European Broadcasting Union in Geneva, right next to the United Nations and CERN, in a part of Geneva called Le Grand Saconnex. So here you see it, the European Broadcasting Union. Here you see it operates the Eurovision. And here it says as well, the EBU, so the European Broadcasting Union, in cooperation with its members, produces programs and organizes events in which its members can participate, such as the Eurovision Song Contest. So the Eurovision Song Contest gets organized from out of Switzerland. Here it says the headquarters are in Geneva, Switzerland, where the Eurovision Song Contest gets organized from. And here you can see their logo. I'll show you a better picture. Here to the right, you see the logo of the Swiss EBU, for European Broadcasting Union, with a circle for the compass and 3 supposedly 90 degrees squares. So it says the concept of 4 and 3 for the Freemason, square and compass. So here it says organized from out of Swaziland. This thing here is in Geneva, Swaziland, and this here, same circle as this circle here, it was organized from out of Swaziland. I mean, I just showed it to you. They are in Geneva, and they organized the Eurovision Song Contest, and all being performed on a big Swiss cross. Now, what do you want more? What proofs do you want more? Therefore, it is no surprise that Swissy won the European Song Contest of 2024 by a man in a pink women's skirt, a female soprano voice, and singing that he broke the code and found his kingdom come. I guess he, she, or it, or whatever, meant the code of conduct. Well, I could analyze the words more, but I really don't want to dive too much in these sort of things, which can just be resumed in one word, which the censorship of the West won't allow me to express. So, due to the dictatorial laws, I have to abstain to further express myself, just resuming it that he, she, or it, or whatever certainly broke the dress code. And I suppose that religious people have a slight idea about what kingdom come he, she, it, or whatever is referring to. So here you can see the winner of the Eurovision Song Contest 2024 was Swaziland. Yeah. Here it says in sort of reversed speech here as well. And here I wrote it in pink for the occasion. Normally I don't use this color, but okay, for the occasion. Look, it fits nicely into the rest, you know. And here it says, its name is Nemo. And if you look at the words, you know, an anagram, they are the same letters for omen, the omen. And it is a reversed speech. You know, if you start here, O-M-E-N, it says omen. You know, they're sort of into this reversed speech sort of thing. You know, you probably know what I mean. I can't really pronounce myself on it due to the censorship. But, you know, Nemo, reverse speech, omen, and an anagram. So, Nemo or Nemo is an anagram for omen, using the same letters as in the movie The Omen, about the devil's kingdom come. So here it says The Omen. So in 1976, you know, we had The Omen. And now 48 years later, in 2024, we got Nemo, which is reverse speech, you know, which fits in the same sort of thing as this here, apparently. And here it says omen, you know, the omen. Is that a coincidence, Swissy? Can you tell me? Eh? And here, at the end of Swissy's Eurovision Song Contest performance, you can see the omen with the black sun radiating light, which is Nazi symbolism out of the Nazi occultism and their belief of the black sun, which again combines everything to Swaziland. Nemo, the black sun, the octagon, the Swiss finance of Hitler and Hamas, and the European Song Contest. So you see the black sun. You see, it's a black sun and it's radiating a sort of strange sort of light, you know. There's nothing which is a coincidence in all this here. And here you see the Swiss performer. Here it says the black sun omen. And again, omen is the revert speech for Nemo, which is this one. And remember that all top Nazis were pink list killers, just as today's neo-Nazi leaders are. And if you look carefully, the Swissies are always behind it, ready to literally sodomize humanity with Pharaoh's obelisk hiding under some pink skirt. And as you can see in the picture to the right, there are initiated people around us who adore the black sun, making so-called occult artwork of it. And look how it's related to pyramids, pharaohs, Swaziland, and Nazis. Here it says the Grand Master, who is, of course, the Knights Templar Grand Master and Supreme Prince of the main principality called Swaziland, as I recently explained you in my video, Principality of the Templar Princes. So here you can see the Swiss omen, the black sun. Here it says the black sun. Here it is. Here it says the Grand Master. And we all see the pyramid. It's all related to pyramids. And here there are squares, for the concept of 4. And the sun here is a circle, for the concept of 3, or the compass. So it does say square and compass. It's all occult artwork and occultism in the Eurovision thing, And here to the left, you can see the Nazi black sun in Himmler's Wewelsburg castle. And to the right, how neo-Nazis love to show their black sun flags, so they don't feel so alone anymore, being part of something, some group, or even some black entity. So here, this is a genuine picture of a genuine black flag of Himmler in the Wewelsburg castle. Of course, in a castle, it's all out of the nobility, the whole Nazism, Pharaoh's nobility. And here you see a right-winger with a black sun flag. It says, the black sun of the Nazis. And by the way, I wonder why it says here Switzerland. Because they do it more than once. If it would be only one time, I'd say, okay, that's a coincidence. There's somebody standing here in front of it. But it's not the only time. What does it mean, Switzerland? And anyway, here in the Swit part, I would replace one letter with an H, but I'm not allowed to say that probably. They are allowed to do everything, but I can't even allow myself some free speech, so I won't say that. So now I'll show you the other picture. What is Switzerland? Look, here they did it again. It says Switzerland. What does it mean? It's not only one time, they do it more times. There must be a reason, if they repeat it. It must be important for them. So it said Swiss cross land. Is this a Swit? The Swiss cross, is there a Swit? In Swiss German, one could call the omen in a skirt der Kleidgenosse, from the word Kleid for a skirt in German, or in Swiss German, or a dress, and Genosse for comrade, because most Swissies call themselves Eidgenosse, which means the comrades of the oath, which is, of course, the Nazi Templar oath, as in reality, a Swiss Eidgenosse stands even more to the right than the far right. So, in Swiss German, Kleid, it means a dress, and Genosse means comrade. So, altogether, Kleidgenosse means the comrades of the dress, which is my parody on the Swiss right-wing Eidgenosse, and it is a reality, as you can see here. So this is the official right-wing Swiss name, Eidgenosse, with the Swiss coat of arms here. Eid, this here, Eid, it means the oath. It's almost the same, Eid, oath. And Genosse, it means the comrade. So this Eidgenosse, it means the comrades of the oath, the Templar oath. And here on this side, you see the omen, and it says here, der Kleidgenosse. It means the comrade of the skirt. So this is in singular, and this is in plural here. So the whole gang, because all groups, these are groups, and altogether they are the comrades of the dress, and they flow into each other, as Guillaume de Nogaret, he said so, that the Knights Templars, they are Satanists and Sodomites. It's one and the same thing, and that's why we find it back in Nazism. In Swaziland, the far-right SVP party rules the country, and they call themselves Eidgenossen. So these are the sort of posters they put everywhere, Here you can see how they kick out Homie Ross here. So, the white Swissies, they kick out the black foreigners, And here it says SVP. I hope you can read it. Die Schweizerische Volkspartei. The Swiss People's Party. Something like the NSDAP. The Swiss Workers' Party. So here it says, the Swiss far-right SVP party. And they love to call themselves Eidgenossen. And all the members, and the ones they are making these posters for, they love to call themselves Eidgenossen, the keepers of the oath, the Templar oath. So, and here it says, the new name, Kleidgenossen, which means the comrades of the dress. And before it was the comrades of the oath. Now they are the comrades of the skirt. So Swissy won the ESC, the Eurovision Song Contest, all performing on a big Swiss cross, which you can see here. And the ESC gets organized out of Swaziland. And by the way, the ESC, or Eurovision Song Contest, has been entirely corrupted, where not the best musician wins based on musical qualities. No, it's a corrupt system, where the onlookers may call a certain number for their favorite performer, and the one who gets most calls wins. It's like a conspiracy, where the best organized group wins. And so instead of Eurovision Song Contest, I call it now the Eurovision Song Conspiracy, because that's what it is. You see the Swiss cross. I mean, why Swiss cross? You should ask yourself, really. Here it says, the Narrow Vision Song Conspiracy. And, of course, the identitarian group behind a man in a woman's skirt will massively send out the most phone calls for the one advocating their specific lifestyle, which has nothing anymore whatsoever to do with music. And here you can see this as well, they're celebrating their victory. It has nothing to do with music, it's political. They're celebrating their victory by making t-shirts where it says Eurovision Song Contest. Like if you use something like humor or music, certain things, it gets sucked up by the people a lot easier, especially by the young ones. The Nazis did the same thing, This is what propaganda does, using cinema, using music, using humor, then it just gets sucked in much easier. You're laughing about something or you're enjoying the music and you think, oh, well, I'll accept the rest with it, So here's the telephone cabin. It's also in these, rainbow colors. So this just sending out a telephone call to the Eurovision Song Contest, and the ones who get the most phone calls, he wins. I think they're using now emails as well, or computer They even get some money for it, I think. So here it says, the Swiss Song Conspiracy. And remember the Eurovision Song Contest. It's out of Switzerland by the European Music Union, I think it was. So, and I explained this once to you, why have they kidnapped the rainbow everywhere, which is a natural sort of thing. Because it says so in the Bible that, and again, I'm not religious, I'm just quoting. It says so in the Bible that God promised not to flush down humanity again, the ones who are disobedient to the laws of the Bible, God's laws, with a with the water, you know, and so this is like God's promise not to do this again. So they're just openly like saying, okay, you know, like children, like, you see me, you know, I can do it because you promised, you know, us all, you'll never do this again, you know. So that's why they took up the rainbow color, the rainbow as for this sort of behavior. The same corrupted, unmusical way in 2014, another he, she, it, or whatever, with a beard in a woman's dress, could win the Narrow Vision Song Conspiracy in 2014, about which I made a video, which of course got censored and taken off. So now I don't dare to say that much anymore, as I would like to, as the pink list killers have the thought police on their side, looking over our shoulders. So here you can see this he, she, it, or whatever, with a beard and a woman's dress. And it says here, most phone calls in 2014. This is how it works. And here it says Eurovision Song Contest. And the slogan of the thought police concerning this here is Oni Swaki Malipals, which is the slogan of the Order of the Garter. And it means shame on you who thinks bad of it. So the shame upon him who thinks bad of it, him or she or her, you'll get the shame indirectly, because they'll sentence you to a prison sentence, and then you will be in a very shameful position and getting humiliated. And being humiliated, well, that is shame. It's a shameful position where you're in that time. So this is how that works. So here it says, here you can read how it works, you know, voting for the Eurovision. So fans from all participating countries can vote over the phone. Now, it had nothing to do anyway with, you know, being a good musician. They can vote by text, you know, like SMS like, or via the Eurovision app. You need to get an app. But people are unable to select their own country's entry. The public votes make up 50% of the total vote, with the other half determined by a professional jury. Well, they are the same ones, eh? In each participating country. Remember, it gets all organized from out of Switzerland. And, you know, it's by, so here you can, you know, you need to take cookies. I don't want to take that cookies. I'm completely disgusted by it, you know, so I don't even want to read it all. You can read it here on Wikipedia. It's all corrupted. It's a conspiracy. Here it says, where was it? Yeah. Viewers can submit their vote by phone call, SMS, or via the official app. They can vote up to 20 times. You know, It's politics, you know. It has nothing to do with a good musician. It's a conspiracy. It's all corrupted. It's really too bad because there are some really good musicians participating in the ESC who have absolutely no chance against this political conspiracy. In 2014, I saw some really good musicians from Eastern Europe, like the Shin and Mariko from Georgia, whom you can see here on YouTube, or Aram MP3 from Armenia, whom you can see here on YouTube. And in 2010, Alyosha from the Ukraine, all great musicians who were crushed by the conspiracy, which is in fact a conspiracy against music itself. And as you can see here, you can listen here on YouTube to these great Eastern European musicians who participated at the Eurovision Song Conspiracy and who had their hopes crushed by the Swiss conspiracy. Then, also in June 2024, there was the Ukraine Peace Summit in Pharaoh's neutral base in the Alps, where the internal laws of Pharaoh's nobility guarantees safety for all pharaohs in their neutral base in the Alps. But mind you, for us normal slaves, it's not neutral at all. And they can do anything they want there with you, with no law protecting you. So it says Pharaoh's neutral base in the Alps. You can see how high it up is. You know, here's the building where it was kept, and here's down there, probably like 2 kilometers down there, or 3. There is the rest. And even this is quite high, you know. This is not like at 0 meters above sea level. Also this here must be like 700 meters above sea level. So here it says the Summit on Peace in Ukraine. You see the Swiss flag, which is a perfect square, as in the square and compass. You know, it's not long like other flags, but officially it's like this. It's a square. And of course this represents also Horus here. The same here officially on the building at this glass here. This represents Horus, you know, this is the sun hieroglyph with the sun in the middle and the 2 wings at each side. It also says 101, which we can see all over, mostly related to genocides on entire peoples. So here it says Switzerland on June 15 to 16, 2024. Maybe it was exactly at the same time as the Eurovision song conspiracy, which was also in June, and also organized from out of Switzerland, as I just showed you before. And look at the logo, about which I'll tell you more later on. And here again it says here, Summit on Peace in Ukraine in Switzerland, June 2024. It's always in Switzerland, because here, when there are warring fractions like Ukraine and Russia, the leaders, these pharaohs, you know, they can come here in peace and talk about it, you know. Usually they do this in Geneva, but okay, Geneva gets a bit overcrowded with these sort of things, so they do it in a remote area, like at 3,000 meters above sea level in the Alps. It was held at the Bergenstock Resort in Switzerland, owned by Qatari Barwa Real Estate Company, which is probably owned by some Qatari prince or emir. And Qatar, just as Switzerland, sponsors Hamas and other terrorist groups big time. of which I've already given you the proofs. So here you can see it. Here's their logo again. You can have a look at the picture. Okay. So here it says the June 2024 Ukraine Peace Summit, and it was held in the Bergenstock Resort. Here you can read it. Here you can see an image where it's like in the middle of the Alps, like, you know. And it reads, the Bergenstock Resort is a Qatari hotel and tourism complex situated above Lake Lucerne in Canton Nidwalden. I think Nidwalden is one of the 3 cantons where Swaziland actually was created in the year 1291. So I'll show you now that it is the Barwa. Here in the history, here it says, the Barwa Real Estate. Interesting logo as well. They're in the Emirate of Qatar. So here's another thing which is very interesting. How this Bergenstock, how it started. Look, it started Franz Josef Bücher, there he is, and Joseph Giureh, a magnate, a politician. They were businessmen from Canton Obwalden. They had a sawmill and a factory making wood floorings in Kearns. To make their workforces in employment, the 2 men built the Hotel Sonnenberg in Engelberg. Well, you remember Engelberg, what happened there? You know, the angel of death. Well, in Engelberg, after the war, in the 60s, the angel of death of the concentration camp, I can't pronounce the name due to the censorship, Joseph Mengele, he went skiing there in Engelberg with his son Rolf, who became a lawyer. You know, they're all in the same sort of business, you know. So this is very important to understand, you know, about the, you always must look, you know, what's going on before, what's going on afterwards. So here you can see a lot of pictures. Well, they probably get cut out of the frame, so no, they'll get cut out, so you can look at it yourself. The logo of the Peace Summit on Peace in Ukraine has a Freemason Vesica Pisces logo, and it looks like the eyes of an owl, an animal equally appreciated by the Freemasons. So here you can see the Vesica Pisces, which means one for all for one, as it is part of a chain. And here's like, you know, the nose or something, it's different here. And the summit on peace in Ukraine. And here you see the 2 owls in a sort of a Freemason logo and being depicted very similar as this here, or actually this the same. And here you see also, so this means all for one, one for all, and here you see the faces, which means the same thing, one for all and all for one. Or like where we go one, we go all. And here you can see 3 swords for the concept of 3, which is them. And here you see the square and compass with the G, which is the 7th letter in the alphabet, with an owl in it. You know, so now you know where the logo comes from, and it's always the same. You know, can it be any more obvious that Swaziland is calling the shots concerning the Ukraine war? Everything gets decided in Swaziland. So here you can see Mr. Putin, and look what he's doing, like holding his neck like this, it's like, which is a Freemason help sign. Like if you're gonna be appearing in front of a judge and you do this, it means, I'm being hanged, please help me. It's a call for all the Freemasons who are all, and the ones on key positions, please help me. And he's doing it here. So this must be a real picture. And here you see the Swiss flag. I don't know, and here you see the sun, the Amun-Ra. Here are the Swiss mountains. And here's a part here where the Bürgenstock is, which belongs to Qatar. And talking about Qatar, Hamas, terrorism, and Swaziland, the UNRWA is also based in Swaziland. And the Commissioner General is a Swiss by the name of Philippe Lazzarini. Look, here you can see him, a very charming guy, isn't he now? Eh? He's financing terrorism. I mean, it's all been proven. I mean, the UNRWA financed the Hamas with $1 billion. $1 billion, and out of Switzerland. So here it says he's the Swiss head boss of UNRWA, Philippe Lazzarini. And this is from an interesting video. Here it says, UNRWA kidnapped my son. Where is he? Or where is my son, Mr. Lazzarini? So here on Swiss Templars Day, when Swaziland was founded, on August the 1st, this year in 2024, so Swaziland was founded on August the 1st, 1291, in the Middle Ages. So here he's having a conference, and he's behaving differently here than, than here. So playing the game, you see a big Swiss flag, here's Swiss flag. This was on Templars Day, you see. It's an interesting video it was. I'll show it to you like in a minute where to find it. You should watch it. And this reminds me of all the Swissies who aggressed me in Swaziland when I was still in Swaziland with my family. Now they chased me away. I've been away for 10 years now. And this reminds me especially when I was aggressed by a priest in the Teutonic Knights Chapel of Könitz, which is the same town where the dictator of North Korea, Kim Jong-un, where he lived and where he went to school. And he had exactly the same face, in my whole life, I've never seen so many aggressive people, and I've seen so many lies and so much terror and so much mean stuff, as in, and terror as during my time in Swaziland. I mean, you can see here what I'm talking about. I could film the Teutonic priest, and it's somewhere in one of my or several of my videos. You've seen that. So this is the head of UNRWA, very charming guy. So here you can see that video of the mother. She has on her t-shirt, UNRWA kidnapped my son. Where is he, Mr. Lazzarini? And it's on the channel UN Watch. Very interesting channel. You should watch this. And the title is here. And so this happened also this year. And it's all connected to Swaziland. The UNRWA is in Swaziland. The UN is Swiss, in fact, which I'll show you in a minute. And Mr. Lazzarini is Swiss, and this happened on Templars Day in Swaziland on August the 1st. And I wonder what happened with her afterwards. Did they call the police? Probably. Maybe not, because the Swissies are very sly, you know, they know it's, you know, it's connected to the JJ base and to a horrible crime, and they want to keep a low profile, you know. For me, they're always police coming for nothing, you know, and aggressing me. They even tried to shoot me once in a forest, etc., etc. And you know, well, you saw his face before, Mr. Lazzarini. I'll show it to you right now again. I compare it to when I was aggressed by the Teutonic Knights priest. So here you can see Lazzarini, and here is the Teutonic Knights priest who aggressed me. You know, the face really reminds me, you know, it's the same sort of attitude. It says Swiss aggression by priest of the Teutonic Knights Church of Könitz, which is the same town where Kim Jong-un, where he was living and where he went to school. I also made a video about it, but I think they took it off. And you can find the whole video on my old channel, Giureh, which came back this year in April. And the title is Teutonic Knights, and then in German, Deutsch Ritterorden. So you can see a lot of more things, like a huge black cross in front of the church. And I entered the church. It was empty. There was nobody in it. And I've been filming there for 10 minutes, you know. And all of a sudden, they started aggressing me, you know, and pushing me. You know, this guy here, you see how aggressive he is. And I looked around, and then I saw there were a lot of people in the church, you know. But when I entered, there was nobody there. I guess, you know, if they would have already been there, unfortunately, you know, you can't see that in the footage, but if they would have already been there, they would never even have let me in there, you know. And there were even like tourist signs before, you know, here's the entrance, like welcome in the church and all that. And then you get aggressed by the Swissies, you know. Switzerland is not a peaceful country, you know. It's absolute nonsense, you know. They had the mercenaries all over the Middle Ages, you know, on the Templars' command, murdering people all over Europe. Here you can see how they really are, you know. And I have experienced Swaziland as very violent people, you know, over the time I was there. Extremely violent, extremely mean, and you know, this is my experience, you know. So if you want to censor my video, I'm just telling you that this is my experience, you know. And I can express my experience here, you know. And so look at the faces, you know. The predecessor of UNRWA's Lazzarini was also Swiss, by the name of Pierre Krenbühl, who is now the Director General of the ICRC, or Red Cross. And like the UN, another Swiss organization involved in highly criminal activities and crimes against humanity. The Swiss UNRWA stands for United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and they financed the Hamas terror organization with an estimated $1 billion. Thus, the Swiss UN funding weapons, missiles, tunnels, and plain terror. So here it says Philippe Lazzarini, and who is the commissioner. He is a Swiss humanitarian. Yeah, humanitarian, okay. He is the Commissioner General of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. And here you can see it, you know, preceded by Pierre Krenbühl, who is now, you can read it here, he's the Director General of the International Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC. And, well, there's a lot more to see here. I'll let you watch that yourself. He's got 4 children in Swaziland. I wonder how they're being brought up, you know. So if I look here at the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, it says UNRWA, there it is. It says nothing about the commissioner, what was his name again? The Commissioner General Philippe Lazzarini. You know, they're hiding it. Doesn't say anything, nothing. There's nothing, not even, only here, yes, here that says something on the sideline here. But in the text here, there's nothing. So they probably forgot to take it away here, you know. It's already being censored. And here you can see this, Pierre Krenbuhl, another Swiss, and he's the Director General of the International Committee of the Red Cross. And Pierre Krenbuhl was born in Geneva, Switzerland, and, well, etc., etc. There's a lot more to see here. Well, you watch it yourself. They're all Swiss, you know. And it's all based in Swiss. The directors are Swiss. And they're doing huge crimes abroad, you know, huge crimes. Well, that's nothing new to do for the Swiss, who also financed Adolf Hitler in 1923. So here you see the Villa Schönberg, and here it says August 30th, 1923, Adolf Hitler, he was in Villa Schönberg in Zurich. And you can see this in more about it in my video here, The Raven of Zurich, on the same channel. And remember how the Hamas terror organization funded by the Swiss UNRWA was in Swiss Parliament in 2012, which you can see here in this video. So here it says this in Bern, Switzerland, February 2012, in Swiss Parliament, there was Syed Abu, what's his name? Abu Mushameh, Mushir al-Masri, and Kamis al-Najjar. They were all in the Swiss Parliament together with the Swiss Senator Gary Müller. So you can watch this on the same channel here, and there's the title of the video. So here you see the United Nations building in New York with this statue in front of it, you know, with a gun with a knot in it. But that's all a lie. The reality is, you know, they have a Kalashnikov underneath, which is really working and shooting. And here it says UNRWA, and this is United Nations organization. And which is the reality. So here it says the League of Nations, 1920, Geneva in Swaziland. And here you see the director of the UNRWA, the Swiss Lazzarini. So the Geneva UN office officially is the second office after the head office in New York. But that's only on paper, as the United Nations come out of the League of Nations founded in Geneva, Swaziland in 1920, that went over into the UN in 1945. While still holding the same Geneva address in a building called the Palace of Nations, like in a world government, and a world ruler living in a palace, like a king, over all nations. The palace of nations. And look at it, how big it is. It's incredible. Here it says, Palace of Nations in the number one principality, that's Geneva in Switzerland. Here it says the world government. Here you see the United Nations with a weapon. It's a weapon against humanity. Look at it, how big it is, the Palace of Nations. It says much bigger than the UN in New York. So which one is the head office, eh? And this is the same building where the League of Nations started in 1920. So on paper, UN in New York is their main head office, but in reality, this one here in Geneva is the one calling all the shots. So basically, the UN started in Geneva, Switzerland, in 1920 as a product of World War I, which ended in 1918, when empires of the vertical rule of the old world order were smashed down and became horizontal rule, New World Order republics, making the UN a 100% republican institution, based in the Templars' very first principality, Switzerland, where all the principalities' global control structures are. So the terror funding UNRWA are very, very Swiss, from beginning to end. Here you see the beginning, black and white pictures with the League of Nations. And the end now is with Lazzarini, the director of UNRWA in Switzerland, a Swiss. So as you could see, I could only find black and white pictures, of the Palace of Nations, because it's highly secured. It's really hard to find any colored pictures, only the old black and white ones, because they're hiding things there, as it is the real base behind the United Nations. You can't find any new colored pictures or good colored pictures what I needed, Well, anyway, there are the laws of silence around Switzerland. Eh? So here you can see an old picture from 1920 probably, when they started this, and it still had the pillars Yashin and Boaz. Here, look at it. Here it says, like Solomon's temple, Yashin and Boaz. And they took them away now, because it's a bit too obvious. So if this is the world government, and in Solomon's temple, there were the two pillars, Yashin and Boaz, so this is pretty much a reference to Solomon's temple, that is King Solomon, who was the son of King David, and he was married with the daughter of Pharaoh, what it says literally in the Bible. So the first temple was King Solomon's temple, and it got destroyed, I think, by the Persians, and then the second temple got destroyed by the Romans, the last temple. So if this is supposed to be the world government, and it says the Palace of Nations, and it shows the two pillars of Solomon's temple, could this be the third temple about all the religious people are talking about? And what says so in the Bible? Is this the third temple? Well, it has all the ingredients, hasn't it now? The two pillars, they're probably hidden somewhere inside. They're still there probably. And it's the world government, or at least they try to be the world government, and the highly corrupted and criminal, financing terrorists, to put entire nations on their knees and entire peoples on their knees, using criminals and terrorists, to do the job for them, to create the world government. And we see it coming, we see it happening and developing today, So, I mean, this looks like the Temple of Solomon with the two pillars. My guess is this is the third temple. This is the world government. I mean, we're there. So here's the website on the Palace of Nations. I'll read it for you. The Palace of Nations, in French, Palais des Nations, is the home of the United Nations. Here you see, same picture sort of as before. Located in Geneva, Switzerland. It was built between 1929 and 1938 to serve as the headquarters of the League of Nations. This is the predecessor of the United Nations. Look, they got a pentagram in their logo, you see? And it has served as the home of the United Nations office at Geneva since 1946, when the Secretary General of the United Nations signed a headquarters agreement with the Swiss authorities. You see, it's the headquarters. Here it says it's the headquarters agreements with the Swiss authorities. Although Switzerland did not become a member of the United Nations until 2002. They were not even a member, you know. You know, they let the whole world fight, and you know, these are the laws of silence. You know, you don't talk about Switzerland. They don't even become a member. So here in the Palace of Nations, it belonged to the League of Nations, and which was, here you can see it was founded in 1920. Here it is, 1920. And then when it got dissolved in 1945, it became the United Nations. And since 1946, the Secretary General of the United Nations, well, they are here in the Palace of Nations, you know, with the two, well, they took them away. Probably when it became the United Nations, they took them away because they're hiding things, you know. So here it says, it was founded in 1920 by the Paris Peace Conference that ended the First World War. So it is all about, you know, replacing the old world order, vertical rule, and have the new Republican New World Order, horizontal rule, you know. And it says the main organization of the League of Nations, it ceased operations in 1946. When many of its components, well, all of them, were relocated into the new United Nations as the template of the modern global governance. The League profoundly shaped the modern world. You see, it's global governance. Well, there you go. What else to say? So, the League of Nations and their Palace of Nations, you know, in the first and most important principality in the world. This is probably the third temple, you know, to rule the world. And I've even heard, you know, there are things about it that Calvin, you know, the Protestant guy who lived in Geneva, he wanted to make Geneva the new Jerusalem. Well, a lot of things, right? The Palace of Nations. I mean, it's always in Switzerland. Their finance, they say we want to create peace and all that. And they're just financing terrorists and all this. Yeah. Location, Geneva, Switzerland, as always. Then in July, August of 2024, there were the Olympic Games in Paris, which got also organized from out of Switzerland, as everything does, with the IOC, or International Olympic Committee, being in Lausanne, Switzerland. And they organize everything from out of Switzerland. So here it says, the IOC, the International Olympic Committee in Lausanne, Swaziland. Here's that building. And here you see the Swiss flag in front of the Eiffel Tower with the Olympic Vesica Pisces, which is a chain. You know, they're all connected, as you see, so it means one for all and all for one. And here you see a aerial view of the IOC building in Swaziland. So you'll see the funny shape of it, you know. And here is a circle, which is of course the compass. And I've explained you the compass is the concept of 3, the circle. And there are 4, sort of a star, and it has 4 points, 4-pointed star, which is of course the concept of 4, which stands for the square. So from above, you know, where the probably the demons fly or something, or Horus, you know, the sky god, from above you can see it says the 3 and 4 Masonic concept, the concept of 3 and 4. So this is in Swaziland, and the whole thing got organized from out of Swaziland, as always, everything does. So here you can read it in the website. It says here International Olympic Committee for IOC. Here's the building, but of course in the website they're not going to show you the aerial view of the building. So here it says the IOC, it is based in Lausanne, Swaziland. You know, that's Lausanne. And the IOC is the authority responsible for organizing the Summer, Winter and Youth Olympics. That's what I told you. It's organized out of Swaziland. The IOC is the authority, it says, responsible for organizing the Olympic Games. So the IOC also is the governing body of the National Olympic Committees and of the worldwide Olympic movement. They're the boss, you know, of everything. The IOC's term for all entities and individuals involved in the Olympic Games, you know. So it says here, the IOC is the governing body of all entities and individuals involved in the Olympic Games. They decide everything. It was not decided in Paris. No way. You know, as always, it's out of the first principality, you know. The most important principality. I mean, they call all the shots, you know. It says one more. The headquarters, it's called the Olympic House in Lausanne, Swaziland. Well, there's not more to see, but there's even an IOC member oath. All IOC members must swear the following: honor to be chosen as a member of the International Olympic Committee. It looks like a Freemason lodge, you know. I fully accept all the responsibilities that this office brings. I promise to serve the Olympic movement to the best of my ability. I will respect the Olympic Charter. Wow, they even have a charter. Oh yeah, that's no religion and no racism allowed and all these things. Well, they did it anyway. And accept the decisions of the IOC. So, you know, you have to accept all the decisions of the IOC, which is in Lausanne, Swaziland. I will always act independently of commercial. So it says, you know, accept all the decisions. So even if Paris, they wanted to do something else, you know, they have to accept the decisions of the IOC. They call all the shots. I will always act independently of commercial and political interests. Well, they didn't. As well as any racial religious consideration. I will fully comply with the IOC code of ethics. Well, they didn't either. I promise to fight against all forms of discrimination. Well, they didn't. And dedicate myself in all circumstances to promote the interests of the International Olympic Committee. Well, that's what they did, the last one. And you saw the roof, it says square and compass. You know, those are the interests of the International Olympic Committee and Olympic movement. Well, that's final, you know. The rest you can read it yourself. You know, it says it all here. So also this here from the 2024 opening ceremony got organized from out of Swaziland, which has upset a lot of religious people due to the overall censorship. I cannot pronounce the words and what it represents. The sun behind its head, or whatever it is, represent Horus, the light bearer and the sky god, often represented by the sun Behudet. So it says Horus, the sky god, symbolized by the sun. Here you see that, the sun here. It's traditionally Horus is often represented by the sun. And here it says organized by the Swiss beast Principality. You know, everything is being organized from out of Switzerland. You know, if they are showing here Horus, you know, in this here, and we saw the square and compass on the building, you know, it fits together, doesn't it now? You know? And they broke all the rules of their own rules of commitment and IOC Olympic game rules, you know, not to do any religious or nationalistic or racial stuff, you know, and they did it. It's, you know, all over, you know, they're lying to themselves, if you like, you know. Well, here's a website on Horus, and there's a couple of specific things. Well, he's the falcon god, you know that, and he has the all-seeing eye because he lost one of his eyes. And it says the sky god. Since Horus was said to be the sky, he was considered to also contain the sun and the moon. The Egyptian believed that the sun was his right eye and the moon his left, and that they traversed the sky when he, a falcon, flew across it. Well, and he lost one of his eyes, which was probably the left one with the moon. And so the one with the sun was left. And here it also says the golden Horus, about which I tell you a bit more, you know, considering the closing ceremony of the Olympic Games, you know, the golden boy we just saw there. And but I show it to you later. So here, Erubedeti, Horus of Behudet. So the winged son of Horus of Edfu is a symbol associated with divinity, royalty, and power in ancient Egypt. You know, all the cartouches of all the pharaohs, they had the Horus in it, you know, because it's here's the divinity, you know, and the winged sun, you know, the Horus sun disk, the winged sun, is symbolic also of the eternal soul. When placed above the temple doors, it served as a reminder to the people of their eternal nature. The winged sun was depicted on top of pylons in the ancient temples throughout Egypt. Horemaket represented the dawn and the early morning sun. Heremaket, it means Horus in the horizon. So the morning sun, you know, that's Horus. And of course there's a lot more. Here's the rising sun. So here in this video here, I've shown you more about the Behudet winged sun disk of Horus. So here's the sun and here are the wings. This is 101. Here's the O. And these blokes here, they use the same thing. Here's the sun and here are the wings. And mind you that the Nazis, they were very much, there were many pink list killers in the top Nazis. Just as the pink list killers you saw at the Olympic opening ceremony. You know, it's all related with Nazism, with Egypt, and it's always the same thing, and their base is Swaziland. So you can see this in this video here, And make sure you also watch part 1 and part 2. I made this like a year ago, last year in 2023. So during the opening ceremony, the sun be above its head, it's basically this here and also this, because it's all related. And I've proven that to you in my other videos, And also the pale horse has upset a lot of religious people all over the world, as they saw the biblical Endtimes pale horse in it. Now watch my video series, The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil, for further basic information about these sort of things. So here you see the Eiffel Tower, Paris. This is what they showed, and this is what they showed as well here with the Olympic Committee stuff, and remember the square and compass on the roof, right? So here it says, the Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil, organized in Lausanne of the Swiss Principality. Then in August 2024, there was the Olympic Games closing ceremony with Golden Boy here, representing, of course, the pharaonic god Horus, also called Horus of Gold, as you could read in the website. And I'll show it once more. And also in my video, Room 101, Part 3, it says in the ancient Egyptian text, Behutet, Horus of Gold. So here you see the sting from the Olympic Games here as well. And these are original gold statues representing Horus, the Horus of Gold, and the winged sun disk. This is why Golden Boy of the Olympic Games is flying, because Horus of Gold is the falcon god. He is Behutet, the Horus winged sun disk, and the sun is of course gold. And the ones in the Principality of Switzerland, where the Palace of Nations, its supreme prince of the palace and the Olympic Committee are, who made the whole pharaonic Horus show, they know exactly what it's all about. But through the Swiss laws of silence, of their neutral base, they will never tell the dumb slaves what it's all about. So it says, the flying falcon, Horus of Gold. That's why we have this airplane. They also call it the Flying Falcon, some US airplane, I think it is. And you see it hanging here on a thread here and here as well, because it needs to be flying like golden, the Horus of Gold here. That's what it's all about. And they never told you this. In ancient Egypt, gold was related to eternity. Therefore, Horus stands in the cartouche of each pharaoh, which I'll have you read in the next website called Ancient Egyptian Royal Titulary. Each pharaoh was called a living Horus. So here in this picture you see both, the wings of Horus and this here of Pharaoh. So each pharaoh was represented by Horus. Here's, I suppose this must be the falcon. Here you can see the pyramid and a lot of gold. Therefore, in the 33rd Olympics of 2024, organized out of Lausanne, Switzerland, where the IOC is located, the message was given that ancient Egypt will rise again, and that Pharaoh and his Swiss base in the Alps are eternal. So here you see this thing from the closing ceremony, Horus of Gold. Here it says, Egypt is eternal and will rise again. That was the message, both of the opening ceremony with the sun behind the head and of the closing ceremony. It's written all over it. So here is that website, Ancient Egyptian Royal Titulary, and it says like here, the Horus name. The Horus name is the oldest form of the Pharaoh's name, originating in prehistoric Egypt. Many of the oldest known Egyptian pharaohs were known only by this title, the title Horus. Yeah? The Horus name was usually written in Serek, a representation of a palace facade. The name of the pharaoh was written in hieroglyphs inside the representation. Typically, an image of the falcon god Horus was perched on top of it or beside it, as you can see here. This is the cartouche with Horus on top of it. And thereafter, the image of Horus always appeared alongside the name of the pharaoh. So in every cartouche, as you can see here, the Horus picture is part of it. And here it says, the Horus of gold. And gold, also known as the golden Horus name. This form of Pharaoh's name typically featured the image of a Horus falcon perched above or beside the hieroglyph for gold. And gold was strongly associated in the ancient Egyptian mind with eternity. So this may have been intended to convey the Pharaoh's eternal Horus name. And this is exactly this, what we saw in the closing and the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games. We saw gold, Horus of gold, and we saw that the sun behind the head of one of these whatever. So here's that website. It was all pharaonic symbology in the opening, closing ceremony of the Olympic Games from Switzerland, and all organized in Lausanne, Switzerland, where the base of Pharaoh is. Of course, the logo of the Swiss IOC for International Olympic Committee is the Vesica Pisces, meaning one for all for one, as the rings are connected in a chain. The same horizontal Templar proverb stands on the ceiling of the Swiss Parliament in Latin, unus pro omnibus, omnes pro uno, for one for all and all for one, just as Donny's where we go one, we go all. So here you see the Eiffel Tower, Swiss flag, because the Olympic Committee is in Switzerland. Here the 5 rings, which is here it says Vesica Pisces. It means it's a chain, like a chain of command. They're all together. They're all in it. Here it says this here of Donny, and here this says on the Swiss ceiling, and also army badges, as I've already shown you. Unus pro omnibus, omnes pro uno. It means one for all and all for one, which is a Templar saying. And all of this, and this, it's all related to the Republic horizontal rule of the NWO. Also, in this year of 2024, it has been internationally published that the suicide rate in Swiss prisons is alarmingly high, and 4 times as high compared to other Western European countries. And here it says Room 101, and this is in this video here you can find some more how people are being murdered in Swiss prisons and how they do it. Here's the title of this video, and it's on the same channel, and I made it like 8 months ago. So here you can read about it. High suicide rate reported in Swiss prisons in June 2024. Here, Switzerland's low incarceration rate comes with Europe's probably highest suicide rate in the Swiss prisons. And here, Switzerland's prison suicide rate high. Switzerland's prison suicide rate was alarmingly high in 2022. And here, look at this here. And the friendly Swiss, they even help you. You know, here it says, the first assisted suicide by Swiss prison inmate. A Swiss prison inmate has reportedly ended his life with the help of the assisted suicide organization Exit. The first time this has happened in Switzerland. You know, they're even so nice to help you, you know, if you want to exit, it says here. You know. So that saves them a lot of problems, you know, and even earn a couple of bucks with it. Yeah. So, very friendly country. And I've been talking about this for years, as you know. I made many videos about it, but nothing ever will happen, you know. Every year they talk about it, and nothing will ever change, you know. Well, I already told you that Swiss prisons are full with political prisoners from foreign countries who are being suicided and tortured through code O2T oxygen deprivation. So here you can see how people are getting tortured in Swiss prisons. And here is about the oxygen deprivation. If you want to read it, you can read it here. It's O2T oxygen deprivation. Here's one more. Yeah, white torture and torture prison burn in Switzerland, O2T. And it's on this video here from 3 years ago. It's on the same channel, and here's the title. I made many videos about it. Anyway, Swissy would never put a dangerous Swiss banker or some Swiss UNRWA terrorist funding Swiss Commissioner General in prison, would they now? But instead of that, they put many political prisoners in the Swiss prisons who get suicided and get rid of at a very high rate, which you could just read in the newspapers of 2024. The Swiss prisons are murder factories to eliminate political prisoners like Sean Ross, Wolfgang Umvogel, and many others whose names we will never hear. It's a Swiss murder factory. Swaziland is the place of the evil magicians. Like a magician drawing the attention to one hand, the so-called neutral hand, while distracting the attention from the hidden hand that does the magical, invisible trick, like making a white rabbit disappear. Or, in this case, make people, billions of dollars, and entire nations disappear, while the audience is looking at the other hand, the so-called neutral hand. While the other hand, the so-called hidden hand, literally strangles the white rabbit. These are the true Alpine masters of the dark arts in the world's first principality. And I know what it feels like to be a strangled white rabbit being in their hands, while the whole world is looking at the other hand of these evil magicians and thinking that Swaziland is so clean, neutral, and innocent. So I hope that the true knowledge behind all these terrifying events of 2024, with the Swissies having their hidden hand in each of them, contributes to the genuine understanding of what is really going on. And you'll hopefully remember my words and this intel when within the English language you hear someone say, on the other hand, on the other hand, on the other hand. Germany went into history as the country that attacked the whole of Europe in 2 world wars, that attacked France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, England, and the rest, which is in fact not true. And I will explain and prove that to you in this video. First of all, in the 2 world wars, there were 3 parties, and one, you can see them here, the people, and dumb European slaves like Germans, French, English, Belgians, Dutch, Danes, Norwegians, and here to the left, Americans and Eastern Europeans, who just follow the orders of Pharaoh's nobility, who believe in Pharaoh's various propagandas and don't have a clue what the war is actually going on about. And all wars are about the internal fight within Pharaoh's nobility between the vertical rule royalists and the horizontal rule republicans. Actually, it says it all in this picture here, with below the Statue of Liberty given by the French revolutionaries of the Republican horizontal rule, being attacked by Pharaoh's German nobility of the feudal vertical rule. So here, this is the American symbol, actually a French symbol of liberté, fraternité, égalité. You know, that's where it comes from, liberty, fraternity, and equality, or liberty, freedom, which is the symbol of the horizontal rule republic. This is the republic. And here in blue, and here in red, you know, red is the old world order, is the symbol of the vertical rule of the old world order. It says it all in the picture, you know, and all symbolism, numbers, they show it everywhere, you know. This is actually basically what the war was about. And actually these ones started it, which I will prove to you. And these ones here was a result of these aggressors here. Remember how I showed you 11 years ago that the swastika derives out of a pyramid, and I showed that in this video here on my channel Gatsefrats. Right, it was a bit less, it was like 2016, that's 8 years ago. But I already showed it to 11 years ago. So here is the channel and here is the title. Go and have a look at it. And this swastika was on the boot in the picture I just showed you before. It's a reference to Pharaoh. I've explained the nobility's internal war in many of my videos, like this one here, on the same channel, Giureh, from 6 or 7 years ago. So here's the title, and for the ones who haven't seen it yet, just watch the whole series. This is part 1, it goes to part 14. Or this video here on the same channel, and here's the title. Therefore, next to the dumb European slaves, the other two parties of World War II were the Republicans and the Royalists, both of pure pharaonic aristocratic blood, who apparently have now decided, that is, the victorious Republicans and the horizontal rule Statue of Liberty, that the various dumb European slaves are going to be mixed up and eventually replaced with Muslim slaves from Africa and the Middle East, who, due to religion, are far better to be manipulated. So the two world wars are basically the direct consequences of the French Revolution of 1789, when the Freemason Knights Templars, horizontal rule Republicans, terminated and literally murdered out the king's vertical rule Royalists. Why else do you think Adolf here, on June 28th, 1940, is posing in front of the Eiffel Tower where it all began? Didn't he have more important things to do? The reason is this, as it says here to the left, the origin and its direct consequence on the right side. The new horizontal Republican rule revolution to the left versus the response of the old vertical feudal rule of the empire on the right. So you see the French Revolution, the French flag, and it says the origin and its direct consequence, with Adolf here in front of the Eiffel Tower. Symbology is very important. It's not a coincidence he was here, you see. And again, both Republicans and Royalists were of pure aristocratic descent in an internal war within Pharaoh's worldwide nobility about how to rule over the dumb European slaves, including the whole of humanity on this prison planet. So here in the picture, it says the origin and its direct consequence. To the left, you can see the old world order nobility eradicated and butchered, with to the right the response of the old world order nobility to that bloody event. So these here, the head here, and even these here, I mean, this is a Republican aristocrat, and this is a feudal aristocrat. And they are cousins, although these are French, they are cousins. It's the same pharaonic family with this German ones, or Pharaoh's nobility, who came, well, a little bit late, who came and helped. You know, they couldn't do it before. Well, they did, they tried, but they lost the war, you know. So again, this is the origin of it all, and this is the direct consequence. This is why World War I happened. And this here, again, to the left, is also why World War II happened. And I fear it's not finished yet. So the man in the picture here was, of course, the German Emperor William II. And it's one large family. He is family with these ones. He's a cousin of the English king, was a King George, a cousin of the Tsar of Russia, the Tsar Nicholas, and all of these officers, they're all of pharaonic, aristocratic descent, except maybe this one. He looks a bit dumb. It's probably the aide-de-camp, you know. So all these wars are by the nobility and their internal strife between this here, the horizontal rule, and this here, the vertical rule. This is feudal, the old world order, and here they made the Republican New World Order, which is now all over the world. Then, 14 years later, the French, after the French Revolution of 1789 and its shift from the vertical king's rule to the horizontal republican's rule, Napoleon attacked Germany on May 18th, 1803, trying to export the horizontal republican rule all over the world. Thus, Napoleon attacking the royalist vertical rule of the German Empire, the Austrian Empire, the Kingdom of Italy, the Russian Empire, and the rest, who were far from pleased by these existential attacks on their royal sovereignties. So it says May 18th, and remember this date very well, because this is again numerology and symbology. You probably heard me say this date many times in my previous videos. Maybe some of you might remember. So it says here, May 18th, 1803, the French aggressor attacks Germany. So here you see the French flag. Here's Napoleon. You see here he's got his hand, the hidden hand of Freemasonry. Because, well, Freemasonry comes out of the Knights Templars, and it's the biggest tool nowadays of the horizontal republican rule. Freemasonry is republican. And these Masons, out of the Knights Templars, you know, the new world order, out of the nobility, it's all Pharaoh's nobility, they attack the empire of Germany, which was at that time a vertical rule, feudal almost, and royal, a monarchy. See, and with this event here on May 18th, 1803, the destiny and the two world wars were set in place. It is far from being a coincidence that the date of Napoleon's attack on Europe's vertical rule monarchies of 1803 was on May 18th, because May 18th, 1291 was the official end of the Crusades, coinciding with the fall of Acres and last Templars' stronghold in the Middle East, who 2.5 months later, after May 18th, 1291, founded Swaziland on August the 1st, 1291. To them, this symbolizes, look, we lost and disappeared on May 18th, 1291, but now we're back on that very same date of May 18th, only 512 years later, in the year 1803, like nothing happened, just picking it up on that very same magical date of May 18th. You remember how powerful we are. The 512 years in between represent the octagon of 5 plus 1 plus 2 is 8. So here on the left side it says Acres 1291, May 18th. And okay, well, so this picture shows the Battle of Acres and the fall of Acres. The ruins are now in the north of the JJ base. Well, it should be actually, here's the Swiss cross, or the Hospitallers. It should be a red cross, but never mind. Maybe they ran out of clothes, eh? And here on the other side, it says the aggressor Napoleon, 1803. Also, May 18th, when he started the war against Germany. So here, it says here, disappeared. So here, they disappeared. And here, on this side, they reappeared on the very same date of May 18th. And in the meantime, 512 is 8 years they were hiding in Swaziland, from 1291 until 1803, just building up their power, their armaments, training, everything, It's the same as, finding Mr. Hitler, finding him back in Paris, at the tomb of Napoleon. These guys never forget anything, and it just goes on and it goes on and it goes on. Now we've got the Third World War, waiting for us, but because this will never end. And well, the only way I see to end it is to reveal everything. So here you can read it, the Siege of Acres, which the Knights Templars actually called Saint-Jean d'Acre, as they spoke French. And here it says, the siege, it ended on May 18th, 1291. Like a magical date, sort of, eh? And you can read it all yourself. Yeah, Acres falls. By the night of May 18th, Acre was in Mamluk hands, except for the seaside Templar fortress at the western tip of the city. So, May 18th, you know, disappeared, appeared. Now here, the Napoleonic Wars, here in Wikipedia, you see, from 1803 to 1815. There was the Battle of Waterloo, 1815. And also when the Swissies, they annexed a huge part of the French part in Swaziland, called the Giureh. So here it says May 18th, when the Napoleonic War started, May 18th, 1803. It's like a magic date for them, May 18th. Now, of course, 18 is also like 666, 6 plus 6 plus 6, And the Knights Templars, they are the second, third, fourth sons, of the ruler, of the king or the duke. So they are the princes, like the Prince of Darkness, If you want to put it in a religious aspect, in a religious context, like Christ, he's like from the house of David, the king of the jaywalkers, which is the vertical rule. The Bible is a historical book, Here it says, Napoleon seized power in 1799, 10 years after the revolution, establishing a military dictatorship. There are numerous opinions on the date to use as the formal beginning of the Napoleonic Wars. May 18th, 1803 is often used when Britain and France ended the only short period of peace between 1792 and 1814. It says everywhere, May 18th. Then 2 years after Napoleon's attack on the German Empire of May 18th, 1803, Germany surrenders on October 17th, 1805, and the Russian and Austrian empires defeated at the Battle of Austerlitz on December 2nd, 1805. And here lies the true reason of 2 world wars, with not Germany attacking France, but France attacking Germany, with France, in fact, being the aggressor, leading to 2 world wars. So here you can see, the emperor of Germany, and this is probably the Tsar. This is the old world order. Here it says the vertical rule of the monarchies. And here comes Napoleon with his new world order after the French Revolution, which is the Republican horizontal rule, which depicts this very well in this image here. And it happened here at the Battle of Austerlitz, 1805. And as I told you, all wars and all world wars are about the internal strife between Pharaoh's nobility of the old world order, here with the crown, and the new world order, here, the French Napoleon. This is what it's all about. Old world order versus new world order. So it is in fact France being the aggressor, leading up to 2 world wars, and in fact not Germany the aggressor. Here in this video on my old channel Giureh, the first Giureh, that had disappeared for 7 years and came back to life when suddenly my channel got reinserted after 7 years of complete censorship. you can see my footage from 12 years ago of the pyramid of Austerlitz, built by French aristocratic general Auguste de Marmont, referring to the Battle of Austerlitz, defeating Germany, crushing Germany's old world order, vertical rule, and pushing Germany by force to adopt the new revolutionary New World Order, horizontal rule. Well, why a pyramid, you might think? Well, because our masters are all of Pharaoh's nobility, and the demotic mer, as in the name de Marmont, means a pyramid, where de Marmont means a pyramid on a hill, for which they chose the Utrecht hill ridge to build it upon, as you can read in the next image as indicating the name de Marmont. So you are lucky to see this again, because this video had disappeared for 7 years. And it's quite a miracle. All of a sudden, without any message, it came back. So go and have a look at it. You know. So this is the highest pyramid in Europe, I think, if I recall it. Oh, here it says 36 meters. I wanted to say 37. So here it says, here's the title, The Pyramid of Austerlitz, made by Pharaoh Napoleon near the Bilderbergs in the Netherlands. And this is my old channel, Giureh. And this is the image. And it says I made it in 2013. That's 12 years ago, almost. And it only had 4,000 views, you know, and it's so important to know this. So go and have a look at it. You know, just punch in the title and or scroll down, because I hide my videos. I'm shadow banned, so the best is to, you know, go in this channel here. So that's Giureh with small letters, and then to scroll down until you find the video. And and here I can show you this here. There were some, you know, some indications here, and it says, I think, I can't understand. Here it says de Marmont. This is the general. Here it says the T is missing here. Auguste de Marmont. De, it means he is of the nobility. Mer, or meru, in the Demotic Pharaonic language, it means the pyramid. And Mont, like the Mont Blanc, you know, the biggest mountain in Europe, in France, it means a mountain. So here it says a pyramid on a mountain, or a pyramid is a mountain. You know. So there's some more for those who understand it. I can't understand this language here. And you see it even has an obelisk on top of it. You know, with these 3 things for the concept of 3, probably. And the whole thing has 4 sides. Concept of 4. And also this side is the concept of 3. It's a triangle, you know. So the pyramid in itself has the concept of 3 and 4, and it says square and compass, just being a pyramid. It says it all, you know. And that's Napoleon. So it's a sort of a step pyramid. It looks a bit like the ones in South America with this thing in the middle. And yeah, well, go and have a look at the video. So here you can read about it in Wikipedia, the Pyramid of Austerlitz. I pronounce it the German way, of course. And it's built here on the Utrecht Hill Ridge. That's what I was talking about. I think Utrecht, that's a town somewhere in the lowlands. And the hill, it's like a reference to Mont. Auguste de Marmont. You know, so Mont is here, the hill, you know. So a pyramid on a hill. So this is the pyramid and here's the hill. The Utrecht Hill Ridge, which you can see here. So they're quite specific about it, very precise. You know. And here it talks about the Napoleon's Egyptian campaign, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Napoleon, he was in Egypt, of course, because they're all pharaohs, eh? And yeah, it says Louis Bonaparte, the new king of Holland. So but that was not anymore a real monarchy. It became a constitutional monarchy, and they had to take the constitution of the revolutionaries, of course, of the horizontal rule. There are no real monarchies anymore in Europe. That's finished. I will tell you more in the next chapter. It is not Germany the aggressor, but France is, and its expanding revolutionary ideas is the aggressor. So here you see the French Revolution, French flag, and it says France is the initial aggressor, and leading to this here. You see Hitler in front of the Eiffel Tower. We are so incredibly brainwashed that this here might be very hard to understand. But you have to dig into the nobility to understand it. The dumb European slaves, they have absolutely nothing to do with all this, actually. They just executed all the orders. They don't understand this. They never did, and they never will. But then why, during the two world wars, did Germany attack the basically peaceful countries like Belgium, the Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, and England, you might ask? Well, these monarchies conceded France's aggression out of fear, sharing the same fate of the King of France, ending under the guillotine and be decapitated, thus becoming constitutional monarchies, which you might just as well call a royal republic, after the principle of the French horizontal rule Republican Revolution. So there was fear under the absolute monarchies of Europe, to end up like this. So all these so-called peaceful countries, that also got invaded by the Nazis, they became constitutional monarchies. There were no real monarchies. So it says in red, fear of the French Revolutionary terror forced the remaining European absolute monarchies into, here in blue, into constitutional monarchies, or cynically called royal republics. And that's very cynical for someone, who is like initiated into what's really going on. They call this a royal republic. And I actually heard that before, that name, when I was a child at home, where the talk was not anymore about a constitutional monarchy, but just, they called England back home in South Africa within the family. They didn't call England a constitutional monarchy, but, cynically a royal republic. I heard my parents saying this, so the first time I repeat it here for you. The French Revolution, by the way, was organized from out of the Knights Templar base, Switzerland, which you can see here. Therefore, all the monarchs of Belgium, Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, and the rest needed to be members of the Order of the Garter, after the British example of a compromise between the two aristocratic fractions of royalists and republicans. And this is why all these so-called peaceful countries like Norway, Denmark, Belgium, Netherlands, and all that were attacked by Hitler, because they were actually and still are constitutional monarchies who are actually just republics, with a crown on it, nothing more. So it says here you see the Order of the Garter, and it says "Honi soit qui mal y pense," meaning shame on the one who thinks bad of it, who thinks bad of the compromise, and also thinks bad of the Templars' Republican way of ruling, the horizontal way. So you're not allowed to think bad of it, That's why it says live or die. For these monarchs, and these monarchies, either you want to live and take the compromise, the forced compromise of the Order of the Garter, or you die. That's why I put die here, like in Russia, the Tsars, and also, the Emperor of Germany in a certain way. 1918, here it says, here are all the dates. In 1918, he got abdicated and went to this constitutional monarchy here. And here it says, the forced compromise between the vertical Old World Order and the horizontal New World Order. So actually there are no more vertical Old World Orders in Europe. And actually this date is wrong, but okay, I understand this is the official date, but it happened during the French Revolution in 1789. But okay, they put it on paper, the First Republic in 1870. You see, Spain is a constitutional monarchy, Morocco also. And here you got Andorra here in the mountains. I went filming the cargo, but well, YouTube took the video off. Here you got another principality. Here's a principality. Here's Liechtenstein. A lot of money there. And so the dates are very interesting. Mostly it's after World War One. So I told you, 2 world wars were about a direct consequence of the French Revolution in blue. And all these old world orders, they had to leave and make place for the new world order, the Republic. And then you got the Second World War, and all these monarchies here, they had to leave as well. Italy and, you know, all these here, and the Balkan, and even Bulgaria I see here, and Romania. They all disappeared after the Second World War. So you see, a lot of things happened. The First World War, the Second World War, and here the revolution. And these ones here, they didn't want to, you know, get murdered like the French king. And they took up the compromise, you know. And England, way before that, you know, it happened in the 15th century, and you need to be part of the Order of the Garter. And these countries here, well, they are still not real monarchies. They're actually republics with a crown on it, a royal republic. So here it says in blue before World War One, in pink in connection with World War One, and in violet in connection with World War Two, in brown after World War Two. You got Ireland here and Greece. They still had a king, you know, in Greece in the 70s, and red is still a monarchy. No, they're not monarchies, because it's not a old world order vertical rule. They're actually republics. They just have the name of a monarchy to avoid the bloodshed and to save your own neck. You know, as Lady Diana said, I'm a prisoner of Wales. I'm not a princess of Wales, I'm a prisoner of Wales. Well, I'm not sure that she meant it this way, eh? We all know the story. I already explained 3 or I think 4 years ago the Order of the Garter. Here says the Order of the Garter. Here's the title. And the Nobility World Wars in on the same channel here, Giureh. And now I'm going deeper into the consequences of the French Revolution, and that in fact France is the aggressor, but only out of the point of view of the nobility, of course, not of the people. Out of the people's nobility, of course, Germany is the aggressor. But the people don't have anything to say, so we must see it out of the point of view of Pharaoh's nobility, whereas France definitely is the aggressor of 2 world wars, or leading up to 2 world wars. So a constitutional monarchy, like all the nowadays European monarchies, and better called a royal republic, is in fact a horizontal rule republic that merely carries the name of a monarchy, where the Republicans didn't kill the monarch, his family, and not butchering with it all relatives and all distant relatives into the 2nd or 3rd generation. In fact, just this map alone here perfectly explains the true reasons of 2 world wars and a 3rd one in the make and coming up. Therefore, in England, the head of the English fascists, Sir Oswald Mosley, was a baronet with the family's castle, Rollston Hall, being of Pharaoh's nobility, and even related to Queen Elizabeth, the wife of King George VI. So this is the castle. It says his noble castle, Rollston Hall. This bloke here was living there. There he is. The 6th baronet, Sir, which is from Sar, I explained that to you, Pharaonic, Oswald Mosley. That's why this guy here, this one here, King Edward VIII, also was a personal friend of Adolf. We can even see them together. And we can see here the entire old world order vertical rule nobility conspiring with Adolf to bring back the old world order, whereas in the end Adolf betrayed them all. The two world wars were organized by the nobility due to their internal war of how to rule over the dumb European slaves, whether to put them under vertical old world order royal rule or horizontal new world order republican rule. And here it says the Baronet Mosley and here King Edward, and they were related, they were cousins, through the mother of his brother, Queen Elizabeth. Yeah, it's all the same. It's one big family, just putting the whole of Europe in world wars. Also, the English Baroness Unity Mitford, a personal friend of Adolf Hitler, was of the English nobility and being a baroness and living in the castle of Asthall Manor with her sister, the Baroness Diana Mitford, marrying the 6th Baronet Sir Oswald Mosley. So here you can see them together, the sisters, the English Baronesses Diana, who later became Mosley, and Unity Mitford. I guess this is Unity Mitford, this one as well. And this is probably Diana Mosley Mitford, and here as well, together with Hitler. So you see, it's a whole pharaonic nobility conspiracy, and the people, the dumb European slaves, they have to die for them, My question to you all is, do you want to continue to die for this bunch here? Of course, the horizontal rule Republicans shot her in the head with a 6.35 caliber pistol, most likely the Swiss Octagon, doing the job. I know history says that she did it herself. Well, do you believe it? I don't. So here you can read about Sir Oswald Mosley. Here it says the 6th Baronet, and it says his father was a 3rd cousin to the 14th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, the father of Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. So he was also related to King Edward, and they're all visiting Adolf, It's one big happy family, pharaonic family. And here it says, the marriage. Here, the marriage to Diana Mitford. Yeah. They married in secret in Nazi Germany, or what do you know, And, yeah. It's all about the internal pharaonic war between the vertical ones and the horizontal ones. And we have to die for this. They're not going to tell us anything, huh? You see him with Mussolini. And yeah. So you want to continue to die for these ones? Really? Then you must do something about it. So here you can read about the Mitford family. They even have a coat of arms. Well, so did Mosley. I forgot to show it to you. And they were twice elevated to the British peerage in 1892 under the title Baron of Redesdale. It's all nobility and related to the Windsors. So you got the Mitford siblings. Here's the coat of arms again. Now you see, It has the concept of three squares, and the square itself is the concept of 4. Funny enough, that is the symbol of the horizontal rule. And that's funny. So here you can read Diana Mitford, and well, she married Sir Oswald Mosley. There he is again. And here you got Unity Mitford and her friendship with Adolf Hitler. Oh, charming family, isn't it? Charming indeed. It's all Pharaoh's nobility. Oh, it's so obvious. The Baroness Unity Mitford was shot by the Allies, who are allied after the Republican idea of the horizontal rule by the Knights Templars and their Freemasons. This is why all the assembled Republican nations against the Nazis of the Empire of Germany, against the fascists of Italy and their kingdom, and against the Empire of Japan, were called the Allies, allied in the very idea of the Republican belief after the French Revolution, as the Knights Templars founded the revolutionary ideas in Troyes, France. So here you see all the flags of all the Republican horizontal rule nations. And here it says the Allies allied under the idea of the horizontal rule, V for the Republic. Here it is, V for the victory of the Freemasons and their Knights Templars. It's the Templar V, as I already explained to you. This is what the whole war was about. Both world wars. It is because of this allied idea that France is the only country in Europe that has no American bases. France being the only country in Western Europe with their own nuclear bombs, and France momentarily being the second arms exporter in the world. Because considering the Republican idea and its realization, France is considered to be the father, Switzerland the mother, with its nest, America the child, as the most powerful republic in the world, and the JJ base the grandchild, an only stable democratic republic in the Middle East, being the only reason the US will always protect its Republican child in the Middle East. As in real politics, religion has no role at all at the highest levels of Pharaoh's nobility and their new Republican system, also called the Horizontal New World Order. So here it says, France is the father, where it all started, Switzerland the mother, where the big nest is, America their New World Order baby, l'enfant terrible, maybe, as the French would say it. And the JJ base, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce this word because of the censorship. The machine would recognize it immediately, so I call it the JJ base, J for the J people or the Jaywalkers. So the JJ base is the grandchild. And this is from the Statue of Liberty. It's from the French slogan of the Republic, liberty or freedom, equality, fraternity. And you see the Statue of No Liberty, next to the Eiffel Tower. And this is why Mr. Hitler was in Paris in 1940 on November the 28th. And this is so very important to understand this, because history is not only, knowing the dates and, what happened. No, history is actually crypto history, to explain why, where, who, and what. That is the real history. And I'm trying to do this for you here. So in the next picture, it says here, around the year 1000, all of Europe had already been divided in between Pharaoh's nobility in the subdued Europe. And here it says the masters and their castle, the masters and their European slaves of the white race. So here you see the masters of Pharaoh's nobility, who had already around the year 1000 divided all the land in Europe amongst each other. And here you see the dumb European slaves who never understood anything and will never understand anything either. And unfortunately collaborate with these pharaohs. Well, they don't have much choice, actually. Here you can see them working on the field, the slaves. The white race are slaves. So due to Pharaoh's internal war, the jaywalker nobility has always been in favor of the horizontal rule and its republic, because as the jaywalker nobility never really owned land and castles in Europe, because they arrived much later when all had been divided amongst the European nobility, for which the jaywalker nobility went into the financial world making money in order to buy land and castles. So here it says, jaywalker nobility owned no land or castles in the Middle Ages of Europe. Here we can see another reason for these aristocratic top Nazis to hate the jaywalker nobility, an idea with which they infected the dumb European slaves with for their own behalf. So here it says no more land. Oh, what else to do? So I'm talking here about Pharaoh's nobility, these ones here who already took all the land around the year 1000. It had already been taken. And here you see the dumb European slaves who got infected with the idea, to hate all the jaywalkers by the Nazis. And the top Nazis, they were these here. Well, part of them, the ones who were of the old world order, not the ones of the new world order. And here came the newcomers, of the jaywalker nobility. They didn't have any land, so what else to do? Instead of, counting the money and make a living and get more power and land like this. So this, it became quite a lot of friction between the newcomers and the old ones here. And therefore the newcomers here, they were more in favor of the New World Order, because which is a horizontal rule and not a vertical rule like this one's here. For the New World Order, you don't need necessarily a castle and land. As in the Middle Ages, the only capital was the land. There was no other capital. And these ones here, they made a new sort of capital. So this is another internal war between the jaywalker nobility, so not the normal jaywalkers, who are just dumb slaves, just as these ones here. They're not superior, they're not the chosen ones or whatever. It's all nonsense. They are dumb slaves, the normal jaywalkers, just like the European slaves you can see here. I'm talking about the nobility, So this whole film, this whole video is about the view of the nobility about everything. Not really about how the people and the dumb slaves see things, you know. It is therefore that Adolf Hitler was in Paris on June 28th, 1940, seemingly, for those who don't understand, visiting the Eiffel Tower like any tourist would do, and stretching out his arm in the infamous Nazi salute, as if he was measuring its height, saying, "The Eiffel Tower is this high." So for those who've always been wondering why the Nazis did that ridiculous salute, well, now you know why. So here in the picture, you see him visiting the Eiffel Tower, doing the salute, measuring up the tower, you know, like as in one of his fabulous paintings, you know, measuring it up, probably normally holding a pencil in here or a brush. Here it says, "The Eiffel Tower is that high." You know, Adolf measuring it up, saying the Eiffel Tower is that high. You know, a ridiculous behavior. Well, it needs a ridiculous answer, doesn't it? Oh. So here you can see Adolf in front of the Eiffel Tower, like a normal tourist. Here it says Adolf in Paris on June 28th, 1940. But no, really, this is not the real reason why he was in Paris and measure up the height of the Eiffel Tower. So here it says June 28th, 1940. Here you can see Hitler. And it says here, Hitler at Les Invalides. Here you see Napoleon. So the real reason for which Hitler was in Paris was to go to the French Les Invalides building to see the tomb of Napoleon and to address Napoleon's spirit, so to say, in front of the aristocratic German generals, saying, "You see, you wanted to attack Germany in 1803 with your horizontal rule Republican expansion, defeating Germany at Austerlitz in 1805. But now we are here, you see, in France, in your capital, Paris, at your tomb. So who's the winner, huh? And who is the real aggressor then?" It says, "Moment of victory, Hitler at the tomb of Napoleon, the aggressor of Germany." So here you see Hitler with all the aristocratic generals around him. And this here is the tomb of Napoleon at Les Invalides in Paris. So here you can see the same configuration here and here. And this is the same thing, the tomb of Napoleon. So, and all this must have thrilled the German nobility around Hitler, who had agreed with Hitler to bring the German emperor back on the throne and restore the old world order, vertical rule. Not knowing that in fact Hitler admired Napoleon, because Hitler was in fact an agent of the Garter, the compromise between royalists and republicans. So again, Hitler standing here at the tomb of Napoleon. It says here, posthumous victory over the French aggressor of Germany. Here's a statue of Napoleon. It's like speaking to the ghost here. And so the French were the aggressors, basically, from the point of view of the nobility, of course. The people have absolutely nothing to do with this, They just executed all the orders and they bled for these pharaohs. So this is why this is so very important to understand the Second World War, why Mr. Adolf he was here. Why is this so important? So here is the title and here is the same channel. And I've explained Hitler's betrayal in this video here. Thus Adolf betraying both the German nobility and their wish to restore the empire, and he betrayed the dumb German slaves who were hopelessly entangled and fanaticized by and for Pharaoh's nobility. Therefore, it is extremely important to understand Hitler's visit to Paris in 1940, visiting the tomb of Napoleon, because it is France being the aggressor, leading to 2 world wars and all its horrors and genocides. We should stop seeing France as the poor, innocent victim of 2 world wars, because in fact France is the aggressor, who triggered 2 world wars by imposing the new aristocratic system on the old aristocratic system and its old monarchies like Germany, Austria, Russia, and Italy, who didn't want the new system imposed by war, terror, and bloodshed by the French revolutionaries. So here you see in 1940, the German army marching into Paris. This here is the Arc de Triomphe. This is the symbol of the French Republic. So again, marching through the Republic. Again, it's very symbolic of the German old world order nobility, walking through the new system. Like here, the old world order walking through the symbol of the new world order. The vertical ones walking through this horizontal monument, so to speak. So here it says, this here was the second response by Germany's old world order nobility on the French New World Order revolutionary aggressions by Napoleon. All wars are the result of the internal strife within Pharaoh's worldwide nobility. And again, the dumb European peoples, they are just slaves. Either both the Germans and the French, they didn't have a clue what was going on, what they were fighting for, and why they were fighting at all. Both in the 2 world wars and both, the Napoleonic conquest. Europeans, they're just slaves in a feudal system, and they have no clue whatsoever. These are all nobility world wars. So here you see the French army and Napoleon riding and attacking Europe. And here it says, fanatic French New World Order revolutionaries aggress Europe, leading to 2 world wars. So this eventually led to the 2 world wars, as the nobility decided so. When France aggressed Germany prior to World War I, the dumb French slaves of the ordinary people were as fanaticized with these revolutionary ideas and behaving like the fanatic SS or being fanatic like Hamas. So here you see the castle in medieval Europe. Here you see the Europeans. Here it says the masters out of Pharaoh's nobility in the castle, and their European feudal slaves obediently doing all the work and all wars for them. And this is how Pharaoh's internal struggle leads to all wars, while mobilizing their dumb human slaves of Pharaoh to do the fighting for them. And if we don't understand this crypto history and the real reason behind 2 world wars, we will never be able to avoid future wars and to stop the present ones. In the name of the German people, Germany got known as the aggressor nation, creating 2 world wars, where in fact Germany is the victim of the French Napoleonic revolutionary New World Order aggressions, because of which the German Old World Order nobility decided to counter-strike. In all these idiotic wars, the various dumb European slaves merely executed the orders of their various pharaonic masters of the 2 opposing fractional antagonists, without knowing what exactly the dumb European slaves were actually fighting for. Therefore, it is so crucially important to know and understand what exactly Adolf Hitler was doing in Paris at Les Invalides on June 28, 1940, in order to understand the who and why of 2 world wars, because Adolf was visiting the tomb of the initial instigator of 2 world wars. We must stop this bloody tragedy now, and only the knowledge through this information can and hopefully will. In the last video called The Hunt for Running Wolf, I told you how the first director of the European Human Rights Commission in Strasbourg, France, was a Swissie by the name of Lucius Wildhaber, whom you can see here together with Mr. Putin. As if Mr. Putin would be sort of interested in human rights. So here you see the Swiss flag, and here it says Swiss Lucius Wildhaber. And here's Mr. Putin, and here's some strange looking dude. Here, on August 22nd of this year, 2024, you can see Mr. Putin kissing the Islamic Quran, which is in fact what Russian soldiers are fighting and dying for, so they can be replaced by Muslims after the war. Similarly, as we saw in Western Europe after World War II, where millions of dead Europeans got replaced, starting immediately in 1945 by mass Muslim immigration. I mean, we see it happening, people. Open up your eyes. Here, you see Mr. Putin kissing the Quran. First he holds it here. He's smiling. Look how they're smiling. Yeah, we got them in. the Europeans in our pockets, like, you know. And there, the flash here, then he kisses the Quran. Here another flash, and here from another angle it says Putin kisses Quran. Probably a very expensive watch here. This is, in fact, what Adolf meant when he was shouting about Lebensraum. And Lebensraum means space to live. So this space had to be created by forcing the Europeans into a world war. So they would slaughter each other by the millions in order to create space to live and fill the empty space up with millions of Muslims. I mean, this is the undeniable result of World War II. So they must have, or someone must have organized it in order to achieve this goal. Because things just do not develop spontaneously, do they now? The dumb slaves believed their masters' lies, and still do, and were driven towards total industrial slaughter, like a herd of cattle. Now, we all know very well for whom the Lebensraum was meant. We're all being betrayed by Pharaoh's nobility and their Freemason politicians on all key positions. So here again, you see the man kissing the Quran. They're all happy. Look how they're smiling. And here it says Lebensraum, which is German, which was one of the main, topics of Adolf, and it means, and his pals, it means in English space to live. Raum, it means space, and Leben, it means to live or alive. And it happened here, kissing the Quran, on August the 22nd of this year, 2024. It's just a few months ago. It's happening now, and it happened before. And every time all this is related to Swissy and their Principality of Evil, who financed Adolf, financed Hamas through the Swiss UNRWA, who shake hands and conspire with Lily Putin, etc. The Swissies are always there, somehow, somewhere, sometime, always. So this here, shaking hands with Lucius Wildhaber, Mr. Putin, it happened on November the 1st, 2001. So I wonder what happened right after, or maybe just before, which is very important. Well, anyway, from this moment onwards, things got really started to go down. There was the invasion of Georgia in 2008. In 2008, there was the world economic crisis. Remember Switzerland, all the banks. Have the world's biggest banks, and all banks in the world anyway. There are Templar banks. Federal Reserve and the Bank of the Federal Bank of England, the Deutsche Bank, they're all Templar banks, all banks in the world, because they invented banking and they started it all. So November the 1st, 2001, from this moment onwards, apparently, things went all down the drain. I already explained you in my March 2022 video on the Ukraine war that the main goal of the Ukraine war is to have a maximum of dead Russians and dead Ukrainians in order to replace them with Muslims. Just go watch my video here. It's so simple. They always do the same things. So look at history and you'll know that they will do again and again and again, forever and ever. And here here's the title. It's on this channel here, and I made it in March 2022, right after the beginning of the Ukraine war. And I explain why this war is there. It's always the same, to kill people. And here on my other channel, HomieLand Sickurity, there's even a longer video on the Ukraine war and Mr. Putin. And here Adolf, whose last name I can't pronounce because of the censorship. And this video is only 8 hours, so wish you a lot of fun. And you can see that in one of my last videos, like this one here, how the machine recognizes words. So it's in this video here, the evil magician's hidden hand of the Principality. Here you see the Principality, the pyramids and all that. And look, if I scroll down, you see this guy here. At the moment I pronounce the surname, the machine recognizes it. That's why I only say Adolf now. I have to find another anti-censorship vocabulary for this guy as well. That's why I use words like Nubians and pink list killers and jaywalkers. If you use jaywalkers or the whole catch or outwick, these are also my anti-censorship words. The machine recognizes it, and that's even worse. They take the video off immediately, So I don't even recall, pronouncing his surname here, of this guy here. I don't even recall it. You just pronounce it one time, and they put this picture of this guy. I don't want this picture of this guy in my video. The video is not even about it. So the machine, they recognizes all these words. It's total control, it's censorship. This is where we are nowadays. And I just had to find other words. And I'm going to find more words, because it's we're being treated as children, really. So here Mr. Putin opens the box. Look at this here. He's in a sort of Muslim palace of some sultan. Well, the sultan is in fact Kadyrov. He's standing here behind, or maybe it's this one. And look, it's a backgammon case again. We saw this before, didn't we? In my video where I explained how Hamas was financed in Swiss parliament. The backgammon case. I always use backgammon cases for it. So here he opens it, looks at it, and what's he going to do next? And then he turns around to these ones here, and he kisses the Quran. Look how they're smiling. They're thinking, he's one of us. Look at that, And by the way, I have no problems with Muslims whatsoever. I only have a problem with the ones who are putting peoples and religions and nations up against each other so they will slaughter each other. So again, I have no problems with Muslims. You hear that right? And I was very happy the Muslims were there, the Arabs, when Swissy tried to assassinate me a few weeks back. So no problems. Don't take it wrong, guys. And don't forget that Putin and Trump are very good pals. Look, here you see the good friend sitting on a Muslim carpet. I'll show you a better picture of it afterwards. And I wonder when Mr. Trump here, Donny, when he's gonna kiss the Quran, just like this one did. I mean, all these politricksters, And here he's doing the symbol of the inverse pyramid, which is the pyramid of death. You see, it's like a pyramid, but inversed, it's going down. He's always doing it. They're all doing occult symbols. They're all occultists. And the jaywalkers in Outwick during the hole catch, they were having this on their breasts, you know. Or the people in Outwick, they were having the pyramid of the inverse pyramid of death on the left chest where the heart is. And he was always doing it. This is the inverse pyramid of death. That's why he's doing it. They're all death dealers, both of them, you know. Wars without end. Look, here, a better picture of the Muslim carpet. You know, why didn't he, Mr. Putin, bring out, because this is in Russia, why didn't he bring out the some Russian carpet instead? You know, but instead of that, you know, he played the game. All the Russians, they're thinking he's protecting Russia and the Russian people, just like this guy here is doing. You know, it's like a MAGA, make America great again, or make the aristocracy golf again. You know, they're all playing a game. But instead of, you know, having things Russian, as he's playing the Russian game, he's kissing the Quran and he's sitting on a Muslim carpet. You know, these politricksers. I don't trust any of them anymore. Due to the censorship, I say Outwick and Whole Catch. So left and right, you see the official Outwick inversed triangles of death of the whole catch. The red inversed triangle of death to the right stands for political prisoners like myself, Julian Assange, and many, many others, meaning that the whole catch still goes on. It never stopped. Moreover, if we see Donny here doing the inversed pyramid of death all the time, meaning he wants war, death, and destruction, which the pharaonic masters need from time to time as the only effective reset for the slaves to set them back. So the dumb slaves can't develop themselves too much. And a world war, they call it the Great Reset. Every time a huge setback for humanity to keep them down. On top you see the US and Russian flags, where Donny and the commie are sitting together on a Muslim carpet to concentrate, to accentuate the Muslim world war coming up, which they call the Muslim Great Reset, which will turn us all into a huge one world, one religion, one government Islamic caliphate, being the perfect aristocratic feudal system, just as Adolf already prophesied. Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. One people, one empire, one world leader, with Donny and the commie working towards their ideal pharaonic utopia, turning the entire world into one huge Swissy dictatorship of the Principality. So here you see the official triangles of death of Outwick, of the whole catch, and this here to the right here on this Outwick shirt, the red inverse triangle of death, and it is for political prisoners, and it's all related to Pharaoh and the pyramids. Here you see Donny doing this all the time, and of course his pal, the commie, on the other side, attached to this Russian flag. He knows exactly what he's transmitting. You know, all these symbols, they know this. That's why they do it. Like Merkel, Angela Merkel, the former Bundeskanzler of Germany, Erdogan, they all do it, you know, and especially him. Every time he's showing it. And the red tie, in fact, it stands for the nobility, which is them. Sometimes they have a blue tie for the war, and he has that a lot as well. So here it says, the inversed pyramid of death. You know, the Nazis won the war, people. The Germans lost the war. And it's still going on and going on and going on. You know, we must stop these horizontal wars between peoples and nations and religions and races. We need a vertical war, you know, to get rid of all these warmongers, you know, a vertical war against our masters. We have to stop the horizontal wars among each other. And look at the Freemason shake, and look how Donnie is giving his pal, you know, of the Brotherhood. He's giving him the Freemason shake with the little finger here on the pulse. This is what they do, people. You see it, and he's pushing so hard. You can see it on the on his shirt here. You know, you see all the rimples here. It's the Freemason shake. Look at that. Oh. We're all in the same brotherhood. And here, once more, you see the index finger, you know, moving towards the pulse, or it just came from there, you know. All in the brotherhood of the Principality. And in the middle of all this, we see Swissy and their Lucius Wildhaber here, whose country financed Adolf, the Hamas, UNRWA, tried to assassinate me, and the Swissies happen to be always on all key positions in the world, like the European Court of Human Rights, which nowadays is called the Council of Europe. So here it says, the European Court of Human Rights. He was 20 years, he was the director, or the, how they call it, the Secretary General. And this is what the name was before. So when he was shaking hands with Putin, he was still the director of the European Court of Human Rights. And the name now is the Council of Europe. And guess who a few days ago, on September the 18th of this year, 2024, became its new Secretary General of the Council of Europe. Yes, of course, as usual, another Swissy again, by the name of Alain Berset. So here you can see this. Here it says the sun stands for Horus. I explained you this in many of my videos, and especially the last one on the hidden hand of the magician. So here in gold, of course, this is the sun. You know, on this level, there are no coincidences. Forget about that, eh? So this represents the sun. So my guess is he's very dangerous. And before he was one of the 7 heads of the beast. And here it says, new Secretary General. So he's a general. Look how he's standing here, like a general. The new Secretary General of the Council of Europe. And the other one before was Lucius Wildhaber, and probably many other Swissies in between. So here you see him walking with the Swiss guard. It says Swiss Alain Berset, Per-Seth, out of the etymologically out of the Demotic Pharaonic. Per, so it means the house of Seth. Per-Seth. And look at these faces, you know, clean Swaziland. Look at it. I remember how I told you the cotton industry, you know, it was all in Swaziland, ruled by the by some very powerful Swiss houses who finally founded the Credit Suisse Bank. And so there's a lot of blood, you know, sticking on these nice clothes. It's nice and clean, but look at their faces, you know. Look at these faces and this. Is it nice? Nice, clean and innocent Swaziland, eh? I got the intel announced through this great comment under my last video, The Hunt for Running Wolf. It says The Hunt for Running Wolf. It's on the same channel. It's from October 18th, just a few days ago. I wonder why there are not so few views. Probably because of the shadow banning. I guess that this video they really don't want you to see. And there's also a lot of people who don't get a notification, I heard. So there she is here, Laurence Decembre. Yeah, Alain Berset. So, thanks, Laurence. Merci, Laurence. T'as bien fait de me dire. Et ici donc le direct résultat de ta collaboration. C'est ainsi qu'on doit travailler ensemble et de s'entre-soutenir pour combattre l'ennemi. Mes salutations révolutionnaires. So I can guarantee you, if the intel or the information is not from myself directly and from somebody else, I will show you this. Otherwise, all the information I'm telling you here, it's by me and from me. And if it isn't, I'll be honest with you. I'll always be honest with you, and I'll show it. Gratitude to this person and honor to this person, because this is very important. Thank you, Laurence. Merci beaucoup. So this here, Laurence, it's the intel that Laurence gave me. Wildhaber, the Swiss in Strasbourg, or Strasbourg, yesterday. Alain Berset, the other Swiss in Strasbourg, today, as Secrétaire Général du Conseil de l'Europe. Conseil de l'Europe, it means the European the Council and the Council of Europe. And so with this intel, I could add my information to it and make this video. So here he is, Baldy and Alain Per-Seth. So here it says Alain Per-Seth, French pronunciation. Well, I prefer the demotic pharaonic pronunciation, if you don't mind. Per-Seth. The French pronunciation would be Berset. The Swiss Germans, most of the Swiss are Swiss Germans, they also say the demotic pharaonic pronunciation Per-Seth. Of course they do, right? So he's a Swiss politician. See, he's Swiss, and he served as a member of the Swiss Federal Council. Well, the Federal Council is where the 7 heads of state are. He was one of the 7 heads of the beast. And they have 7 presidents, actually, in Swaziland. So, well, you can read the rest yourself. Just look it up here in the Wikipedia. That's why I like Wikipedia for these sort of things, you know. So it's quite correct. So here, it says here, you see the symbol here. I'll tell you some more about it later on. And here it says the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. Now, there he is again. So he's this, it's a very high position, very high. It says Alain Berset, Alain Per-Seth. And it all happens, the Secretary General is entrusted with the responsibility of meeting the aim for which the Council of Europe, yeah, that's where it is. Swaziland is not even part of the European community. Strasbourg is where the European community, the head office next to Brussels, where they are. But what is the Swissy doing there? Well, I told you, they rule over the European community. They give all the orders. They are on all key positions of the European community. So here, I punch it. Yeah, there we go, the Council of Europe. And it says, The Council of Europe, in French, Conseil de l'Europe, is an international organization, of course they're international, with the goal of upholding human rights. Yes, of course. Well, they're funny, isn't it? Democracy. Well, we know, I told you what democracy is. Democracy is just the system of the horizontal rule, and where the slaves can choose another aristocrat. It's just a new aristocratic system of the nobility. Before they had the vertical rule of the king, there was no voting, and now they've got the horizontal republican rule. There is no democracy for the people. We just choose another aristocrat of the nobility, of Pharaoh's nobility, to be the king or president. None of us will be democratically elected. This is what the democracy consists of, that we democratically elect another pharaonic aristocrat. And the rule of law, they call it the rule of law. It's a rule, like with a ruler. They hit you if you don't, if you don't obey, it's probably where it comes from. And there was something else I wanted to show you. There's the symbol again. They're all the... you see, Switzerland is a member of the Council of Europe. Well, isn't that funny? Even Turkey is. Well, how does that go? Is that part of Europe? Well, I mean, there are about 10 million Turks in Europe, so... And they are Europeans, they got European passports, And... well, here it says, Alain Berset, there he is, part of his baldy head again. He's the Secretary General. And so he's a general, behaving like a general, a Swiss general for the Human Rights Commission in Europe. Well, isn't that a joke, isn't it? They finance UNRWA, Mr. Adolf, and the rest. Drug dealers with their banks, tax evasion, you name it. And a Swiss is supposed to be the top manager of the human rights. Isn't that laughable? The Swissy Secretary General Per-Seth looks like he's straight out of a James Bond movie, like Ernst Blofeld from the 1963 film From Russia with Love. Traditionally, like all Bond movies, playing in the Alps of Switzerland with snow-topped mountains, where Ernst Blofeld, with his Swiss-German name, wants to rule the world out of his alpine base. And these pictures are genuine pictures of Alain Per-Seth. Even this one here. And this one too. It looks like it's a picture behind. No, it isn't. It's probably because of the lamps, of the taking a picture or a video. And he took a voyage to the in the inner Switzerland, where in 1291 it's called the Rütli, where they did the Templar oath of 3 cantons, Uri, Nidwalden, and the canton of Schwyz, where Switzerland was founded. So they are genuine pictures, and he looks like Ernst Blofeld, really. So here it says, it's my parody. So it says, from Switzerland without love, Alain Per-Seth as Ernst Blofeld. It's the same story, really. So here you can see the real Ernst Blofeld from the 1963 Bond movie with the white cat. Remember, maybe some of you have seen it. And here the Swiss ship, just like before. And the Swiss mountains here. And it's the same story, it's the same picture as the one before. And it's the same story about ruling the world from the Alpine mountains. A movie showing the absolute reality of how the Alpine Principality works. And remember that Ian Fleming, the James Bond author, lived and studied in Lausanne, Switzerland at the same time with the Prince of Darkness, Bernhard, and Aleister Crowley, who all lived in the Blofeld Principality at the very same time. The Bond movie about Ernst Blofeld, who wants to rule the world out of his Alpine Principality, is not fiction, but a reality, as in fact many movies are. Only we must learn to understand the hidden reality behind Pharaoh's motion pictures and the messages they transmit, mostly to themselves. So here you see the Ernst Blofeld out of the 1963 movie. Here they did a remake with Ernst Blofeld a couple of years later, or maybe it was from the same movie. And here you see Per-Seth from the House of Seth. And here it says the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly. And here you got this weird symbol. I should have a closer look at it. I hope that my teachings will help humanity towards that goal and pierce through the occult mist of invisibility. Mr. Per-Seth from the House of Seth, the Lord of Darkness, went to school with princes and future kings in the Alpine Principality. He was one of the 7 heads of the beast in the Alps, and now occupies a very important and very powerful post in the world as being the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. So might he be the one the religious people are looking for, as it has been announced 2000 years ago. So here it says Per-Seth, as in the name of the guy, Alain Per-Seth. And here it says the House of Seth or Seth. He's the Lord of the underworld, the Lord of darkness, like the equivalent of the devil, so to speak. And here is the logo of the Council of Europe. And of course we all see it's a 6, as these guys, these evil ones, apparently they put everything like reverse speeds and upside down. Well, if you flip it up like this is under and it goes up, you just flip it up, turn it around 180 degrees, well, you get a 6, like this. It's a 6. So might he be the one? So the new Secretary General's name, Per-Seth, comes out of the demotic pharaonic words Per and Set. Per-Seth. Per means the house, as in a royal house or aristocratic lineage or bloodline, where etymologically the pharaoh is from Per-A, meaning the big house, the big royal house of all worldwide pharaohs together. And Set or Seth is the Egyptian lord of the underworld. Well, they both look a bit like from the underworld here. And this is a genuine picture of Mr. Per-Seth. You can look it up yourself. It's a true picture. He's walking around like this in the streets and all. So I must say the whole thing gets extremely creepy. I do say. And as his name Per-Seth comes out of the Egyptian Per-Seth for the House of Seth, 3 years ago I made this 6-hour video on Mr. Per-Seth on my other channel, as you can see here, HomieLand Sickurity. And this video gets even more important now with Mr. Per-Seth here having become the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. Moreover, seeing poor Julian Assange going to that very same Council of Europe in Strasbourg, France, on October the 1st, 2024, hoping for justice, not knowing that everything is under Swiss control. The Council of Europe is Donald Trump being Swiss German from his paternal side. That's why he never pardoned Julian Assange while he was in Belmarsh. The UN and its world government in Geneva, totally under Swiss control, as everything else is. So here you see it. You see the Assange on October the 1st, 2024. The Council of Europe with their reverse 6 here. I wonder where the other 2 6s are. They must be here somewhere. Maybe they left them in Swaziland. Here it says the new manager. And again, this is a true picture of Per-Seth. Here's the new manager coming up. Well, he's already there, actually. England, being a vertical rule kingdom before, now has to take orders from the horizontal rule USA and horizontal rule Swaziland, thus clearing the road to Belmarsh high security prison, or worse, rendered to America. I have to explain the image to you. Here you see the kingdom, he's losing its crown. And these people know it, what's going on. So the king lost his crown. There's no more vertical rule feudal system. So here it says Great Britain. And he's being kept by the tail and he's all skinny, And here it says United States. And here it says the sun. And this is why I put the Swiss flag here, because Swaziland, as I told you, is the mother of the horizontal system. They won over the vertical rule system. And America is the son, Swaziland is the mother, France is the father, and the JJ base in the Middle East of the jaywalkers is the grandson or the granddaughter of this horizontal rule system. And this is why, the UK had to keep Julian Assange in a high security prison for all these years. Normally the UK wouldn't have done it, but they're being kept by the tail by the horizontal rule with these ones behind it. And now these ones, they have their Secretary General being the new manager of that human rights thing in Strasbourg. Someone please get this information to Julian, because this intel might save his life. Here you can see the video from Pace TV themselves from October the 1st, 2024, when Julian Assange was there. Pace stands for Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and Pace means peace in Italian. Bloody jokers they are. I was there 23 years ago, also asking for justice, with this other Swissie, Lucius Wildhaber, being the director or Secretary General, as the jokers call themselves. So now, 23 years later, I was there 23 years ago. Now, 23 years later, they are here you see them smiling here in the video, this video here, hoping for peace and justice. Well, mate, you're not going to get justice. It's their system. We have to skip their system, make our own system, make our own words, anti-censorship words. Do it ourselves, it's not going to work. It's their system. It doesn't work. And here it says the PACE. It means Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Wow, that sounds nice and expensive, doesn't it? And look at the logo, all the circles. Well, a circle is the compass. And here you see a lot of squares in this one here. So it does say square and compass. It has 4 letters for the concept of 4, which stands for the square, and the circle is the concept of 3. So it's a concept of 4 and 3. It says square and compass all over. So, mate, you really think you're going to get justice? Forget it. Forget it. And look at it. It's the setup. It's all the same. It's the same as this here. It's all in circles. And the circles is the concept of 3, which is them. It's the side of the pyramid. The triangle, which is the 3, the concept of 3, which is them, the hierarchy. So, and we are the 4, 4, PACE. That's us, So, and PACE actually means if the slaves are at war, like with the inverse pyramid of death, if the dumb slaves are at war with each other, then we, the masters, we have peace. This is what it means, So it's really cynical here that they write peace with 4 letters for the slaves, It's very cynical. So go and see this video. It's interesting, to see what's going on. And the media, this is another sign, mate, you're not going to get any justice or peace in your life anymore unless you stay very, very quiet from now on. And don't leave Australia anymore, mate. So that the media, or the, I call them the Triple M, the mega masters media, they hardly talked about it, on YouTube, in the media, they didn't talk about this, I found it by accident, actually. So, no justice, people, it's their setup, it's against us, the bloody jokers with their PACE for peace. And here you can see some more Swiss jokers who sincerely believe that Germany belongs to them by painting a Swiss flag into the red part of the flag of Germany. It's not even a joke. For the Swiss jokers, the biggest joke is that it is true, which really makes them laugh their heads off. Just as with movies, they tell us about some reality, their agenda, or how our future is gonna look like. When I was still in Swaziland, I always heard the Swissies call Germany the big canton in Germany, der große Kanton, as if all Swissies knew that Germany belongs to Swaziland, being under total control of the Swissies. They're everywhere. Even the director of the Deutsche Bank, the German bank, was a Swissie. And here you see is black, red, and yellow is the German flag. And they just put a Swiss cross in it, And in fact, it's true, And it's not even a lie. So here again, you see William Tell, who never existed. It's a story from Friedrich Schiller, the author. And here it says, der große Kanton, the big canton. So they see Germany as as the big canton. I told you about it, that around Swaziland, after the 30-year war from 1618 to 1648, 95% of the peoples, they were all murdered by Swiss mercenaries, or in some places even more. Whole towns disappeared, and then they resettled with the Swiss Germans from the mountains in these regions, making a buffer zone all around Swaziland. And from one of these buffer zones, Donny, his father, is from there, from the Swiss Palatines, from a town called Kallstadt. From his mother's side, he's from a line of Nordic kings. So here again you see the German flag, black, red and yellow, and they just boldly put a Swiss cross in it, eh? And the Swiss cross actually is the inverse Templar's cross. The Templar's cross is red, and this is the Hospitallers. And the Hospitallers, they took all the wealth officially and legally from the Knights Templars, as the Knights Templars were forbidden. So all the wealth and all the money and all the banks of the Knights Templars, they went into the Hospitallers. And the Hospitallers, they have a white cross on a red underground. There you go. The Principality from the Alps and their world governments rule the entire world, where other governments are merely subsidiaries to the main principality and Pharaoh's base. So here you can see Mr. Per-Seth's Blofeld, House of Seth. Here you see the Alps, the flag. Here's another flag, the Swiss flag of the Principality. I can't read what it says here. So and here it says the Principality in the Alps and its worldwide subsidiaries. So this was the first horizontal rule republic in history from 1291. The Swissies always say it, we are the first democracy in the world. The slaves being proud of it, but, well, there's no democracy for the slaves, for us. There's only democracy for our masters, that we can elect democratically one of the masters to be the president, like. So all the other governments and republics in the world, they are subsidiaries of the main principality in the Alps. Therefore, at the main subsidiary of the principality, called USA, standing for United Subsidiary of America, you'll see another weird occult artwork in front of the LAPD, that's Los Angeles Police Department, building, of 4 steel bikes for the concept of 4, and 8 round wheels for the compass or concept of 3, altogether saying square and compass. This worldwide Freemason army in blue for the war crown of Pharaoh, their war crown uniforms, are a menace to humanity, which all comes out of its main Templar principality in the Alps. They should put their lazy donut bumps on these steel bikes, really, instead of cruising in their mighty V8s looking for potential police victims the whole day. Apparently, the monument of the 4 bikes was dedicated to a certain Ronald F. Deaton, with all the dumb slaves thinking that Mr. Deaton must have been a gold medal Olympic champion on a bicycle and a true American hero. The moment they show the middle name, though, you should know there's something wrong, like Donald F. Deaton here. or John F. Kennedy, J. Edgar Hoover, Donald J. Trump, because they don't do that for a dumb slave on a bicycle, do they now? Giving three names or a middle name, a middle initial. Even here, with the three names, they show the concept of three, which is them, the hierarchy or hierarchy in American English, and side of the pyramid with three triangular corners, while the concept of four is us, the square at the bottom of the pyramid with four corners or four bicycles for the slaves at ground level and a triple name on a higher level. So it says concept of 3 and 4, that stands for square and compass. There are four bicycles. I mean, what policeman goes around on a bicycle? Hey, why bicycles? Why not Chevys? Chevy V8s, 4 of them or something, yeah? And here you see the LAPD here. And here it says Ronald F. Deaton. Well, why the F? His name is Ronald Deaton. For a slave, it would be just Ronald Deaton, isn't it? Well, the moment you see like the second initial, like F here, you know there's something terribly wrong, you know, it's one of them. So the 4 is the concept of 4. And I tell it again for the newcomers. We have here square and compass. A square has 4 corners, so there are 4 bikes, so this says square. And the wheel, I mean, that's a compass. With a compass you can make this round thing here. You know, it's all occult, you know, our masters. So here you can see them together, Donny and Swissy, as it says here, Donny and in between the flags and Swissy. And of course, Swissy here, Mr. Per-Seth from the House of Seth, he knows exactly what this means here. The inverted pyramid of death. That's why he has the blue war tie. And he has the red aristocratic tie. And they were meeting at the WEF, the World Economic Forum, with a compass here, a circle. Because the compass is the concept of 3, and it's them, our masters. You know, we might see the square here in the flag, or here in this here. So they put it here, the square, and here's the circle. So it says square and compass. So there we go. Donny and Swissy doing their occult symbols, their occult signs. The inversed, Donny is doing the inversed pyramid of death, and Per-Seth is walking around with the war tie. Donny and Swissy at the WEF, happy together. I read all your comments, and I saw some people asking me how to write me a mail and where to contact me. Well, it is quite easy. My email, swisstorture@gmail.com, is in the open and visible to all here on my Giureh channel, and in fact on all my channels. And here in the picture it says as well, swisstorture@gmail.com. Only, unfortunately, for security reasons, I'm not using my email at all at the moment, as it says here, the Swiss danger. Because a few weeks ago, now in 2024, the Swissies tried to eliminate me here in France. It was around midnight and dark, without street lamps, looking for a place to put my tent, when suddenly behind me I heard someone say in Swiss German, We will teach you now, once and for all, to call the Swiss police Nazis. In Swiss German, that was "Wir werden die jetzt eins für allemal lehren, nicht wieder unsere Schweizer Polizei und Behörden Gang als Nazis zu bezeichnen." I turned around and saw two men with guns standing in the dark. And before I could say something back, suddenly in this dark, deserted and forestal area, several cars came unexpectedly racing around the corner and down from the motorway, or highway as some call it. Two shots went off, and the sudden surprise gave me a very narrow time frame to step in the dark and hide. The cars had caught the two men in their headlights, and I saw them disappear. Immediately, the cars stopped, and an incredible amount of agitated men rushed out of the cars, swearing in French and Arabic, obviously thinking that they caught up in the middle of some French police action, whom apparently they had a severe grudge against. Nobody saw me, as it was dark, deserted and bushy. The Arab gang stayed for a few more minutes, pulling out their cell phones, announcing the presence of some strangely behaving cops, as it must have seemed to them, to the entire Arabic community of the area. And with screaming tires they left. I cautiously exfiltrated the area and the entire region, not using my phone nor email anymore, together with further consequent safety measures. If the man in the cars would have been French, no car would have stopped, as the French are more into running away. But these Arabs tend to behave in an opposite way and dive into it where the action is. Moreover, because usually Muslims, and in this case Arabs, go around in large groups, especially in the night. And normally when I see Arabs and Muslims in general always sticking their nose in things happening, I think to myself, man, haven't you got anything better to do? Which I will never think again, as they saved me that night with that sort of nosy behavior, and I'm thankful for that and won't forget it. So yeah, you can write me, but I don't know when I will feel safe enough again to write you back, which in due time will happen again, I suppose. Although it might take a few weeks or maybe months due to the Swiss threat. And their already second assassination attempt by the Swiss Nazi police by the use of firearms. The first time was in the winter of 2011, which I already told you in another video years ago. Swaziland is murder incorporated, and there's no state and no authority in the world that does anything against it, because Swaziland is Pharaoh's neutral base of this world. I told you how the Swiss torture and murder people by code O2T, oxygen deprivation, in their prisons for political prisoners. Here you can read it. I already showed that many times, but for people who are new here, I need to show this again. But there will be some new information as well in this video, so don't worry. You know, they got murder factories, you know. They've murdered many, many people. Well, just look here in 2024 how Swaziland probably has the world's highest suicide rate in their prisons because of O2T, oxygen deprivation, and other Swiss murder techniques. And these people in these prisons, you know, they're most of all political prisoners. They're not even criminals. The real criminals are the Swiss banksters and the UNRWA Swiss director generals, and they don't go to prison. In my whole life, I've never seen so much evil as in Swaziland, where they've terrorized me and my family for 28 years now. The Swiss have plenty of murder factories to get rid of the people they don't like, as you could read here in the 2024 facts. One day the moment will come that you won't hear from me anymore. Then you'll know that the Swissies have executed their numerous murder threats. In the Western world dictatorship, the most dangerous thing to do, and it will get you burnt, is to open up your mouth, as Bill Cooper, Alan Watts, the Grey State guy, and many others did, who are all dead now and eliminated by the Octagon from the Alps. Why am I still alive? Is it luck or divine protection? Because statistically, I already should have joined the Bill Cooper Grey State hit list. I think I'm still alive because the Swissies have hard time finding me. As I have no daily routine, sleep in the bushes and forests, changing places every night, have Faraday pouches for telephone and laptop, use VPN, and I can integrate fairly easy into the various European countries due to linguistical skills. Human dignity and intelligence of the individual versus the lies and organized terror of an entire state and its people. In this time and era, they have taken away our rights to defend ourselves, needing to take blow after blow, punch after punch, with the only option to run, as the Native American medicine man told that medium once, that my Indian name is Running Wolf. Or, in this very case, Running Rabbit, running from the evil magicians of the Principality. And that's probably the difference, as Bill Cooper, Alan Watts, Grey State, and Julian Assange didn't run, making them easy targets, the so-called sitting ducks. Here to the right you see Octagon here, and it says here, in case of whistleblower, break glass. And here's the gun behind the glass. So this is the octagon in the Alps. And here you see the Swiss flag with a lot of cartridges. And here's probably 9mm. This is a 308, I think. This is a 765, probably. And, you know, it says that in America they have a lot of guns. The Americans have a lot of guns. But actually in Swaziland, they probably have the most guns in the world. And I'll tell you why. Because in America, not everyone has a gun. A lot of people, probably Democrats, they don't want to have a gun. But in Swaziland, everyone has a gun. It's even not allowed, it's illegal for a man not to have an assault rifle with bullets and fully automatic and everything. It's illegal, you know, because every man has to go into the army. So this is why actually Swaziland is the most armed nation in the world. Maybe in America, some people, you know, the statistics, they are falsified because some people, they have like 100 guns, like real gun nuts, you know. But then maybe half of the population, they don't even have a gun. So is America really the most gun-owned country in the world? No, it isn't. Because in Swaziland, every house has an assault rifle and probably also a handgun. So Swaziland really is the most, they have the most guns in the entire world. So the Swissies have a worldwide license to kill, and no authorities from any other state will ever stop them. Just as in 2001, 3 heavily armed Swiss cops shot a Frenchman with 18 bullets in the back in France and received full protection by the French authorities, who will always give the Swissies full license to kill in France. The Frenchman's name, murdered in France by Swiss cops, was Michel Hercouet, and I made this video about it. So the Swissies can just come in France and murder someone and get off with it, just as they tried with me a few weeks back. So here you can see his name, Michel Hercouet. Hercouet, he was a young man. He didn't get very old, thanks to the Swissies. So here's the title, and you can find it on my channel, Gatzefratz. You can see it's from 2012, so that's 12 years ago. I didn't even get 2,000 views, and only 3 comments, which you can read here. This was a nice guy, an Arab. I had contact with him. He also copied some of my videos. I told him that's okay. And they also terrorized him in Swaziland. So even the US State Department, they talk about it. So in August 2001, 2 police officers from Basel, which is in Swaziland, in French they call it Baal, you know, like Baalbek in Lebanon, Baal. And they shot 2 Swiss police officers. They shot and killed Michel Hercouet. Well, they Anglified the name here. His name is Michel. They wrote Michael. Well, that's the English version. Just over the border in France. So 2 Swiss cops, they killed somebody in France. The unarmed Hercouet, so he was unarmed, eh? And the cops, they got off with it, you know, they never went to prison, never had any problems, they got completely protected in France. Well, what do you want, you know, with the director of the human rights is a Swiss in Strasbourg. And this also happened in Alsace, and Strasbourg is also in Alsace. It happened not far away from Strasbourg. So it says in French, 18 balles dans le dos. He got 18 bullets in the back. Sur territoire français, on the French territory. And they talked about it everywhere. The Swiss, they have license to kill, just as they tried with me a couple of weeks back, and they know it. They know they can do with everything they want, and they get off with it. They just get away with it. Here you can see the typical French battle flag, the white flag. Here it says French battle flag with Macron. So you see, it's no use to go and ask for help at the French authorities. Together with the fact that I've already dropped 3 complaints against the state of Swaziland and its people at the French state attorneys, on which I never even had an answer. So here you can see it. The first time was in Boulogne-sur-Mer in 2014. It was before the terrorist attacks in Paris, and I had information. I could give them the names because I infiltrated the Octagon, and I was there when Swiss industrials, they talked about doing terrorist attacks in France, and I could have told them all this, but they just didn't care. All Freemasons and all these justice departments. And then the second time, that was after the terrorist attacks in 2016. I thought, well, maybe something happened, and I went to Saint-Étienne. Then never an answer. Then the third time, that was in between. That was also in 2014, because I had this information. I wanted to give him the information, as I already contacted the French police and everything, the government. I didn't get an answer. So I went back again on the March the 24th. So that was still before the terrorist attacks. We could have prevented it, but they just didn't care. It's the French white flag, Here again, March 24th. I dropped a complaint here in Mende. Here it says Mende. Le Parquet Mende. Yeah, so 3 times. And I also dropped a complaint at the human rights in Strasbourg. My complaint was treated by a Swissie, Madame Easily, and at that time it was still the first director of the Human Rights Commission in Strasbourg. Well, it was a Swissie, and he was still there. I told you his name somewhere. I don't recall it now. And here you can see a Swiss flag. It's called, they have these vertical sort of flags. It's called a Knatterfahne. I have no idea what that means. Fahne, it means a flag, but my Knatter. Yeah, Knatter, it means like making a noise, like fireworks, But why? Maybe it makes a noise, like, in the wind, like, I don't know. But here you can see the colors red and white. Why? Well, because they're the colors of the Knights Templars. But why do it again? Because it's already in the flag here. Well, because it's the red house of Pharaoh and the white house. It's Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. And they know it. It's all there. They do it here again. And his name was like the director. His name was Joseph. I don't recall it. Funny enough, he went to see Putin, and a couple of weeks later, he died. Was probably another victim of Mr. Putin. So, and I tried everything, I tried everything. It's no use, Swissies can do whatever they want. They got complete license to kill. So I just recalled his name, Lucius Wildhaber. There he is. He was born in Basel, Swaziland. There's the flag. He was the first president of the European Court of Human Rights. And so how is it possible? Swaziland is not even part of the European community. How is this possible? That a Swissie is the president, and he was the president over 20 years, I think. That he was the president of the Human Rights Commission for 20 years in the capital of the European community, Strasbourg. How is this possible? Well, I told you. They control everything, the Swissies, It says, oh, he died in 2020. I thought he died in before. Or this is about HomieLand, or what? Right, it says, yeah, he died 2020. So he was the first president in what year? That was, it says here, in 1991. And then he was the president of the ECHR, the European Court for Human Rights, so that's 20 years altogether, And I was there. I dropped a complaint in the year 2001, and I even went there twice in 2002. So he was the president. So you want to know the answer? Negative, of course. They all protected Switzerland and Mrs. Easily. I remember that name for the rest of my life. It's a conspiracy, And so, as I just told you before, he went to Russia, see Putin, and he said he got poisoned there. Spasiba, товарищ. So here it says, I was poisoned by Russians, human rights judge says. In 2007, Russian officials yesterday dismissed Mr. Wildhaber's Lucius Wildhaber allegations as laughable and said there was no evidence he had been poisoned. And here in the official Russian thing here, there's a lot of, so that was in 2007 and he died in 2020. So there's probably some sly Swissy move, because if the Russians would have really poisoned him, he would have been dead immediately, He lived for another 13 years, Спасибо, товарищ, Комитет государственной безопасности. Я почти не говорю по-русски. And especially now, after my last revealing video on the Templar Principality in the Alps and their involvement in literally everything and all major events of 2024, I know that Swissy will drastically increase their elimination efforts. And I hope you will understand that when I will disappear, my channels and videos will be terminated as well. And all will be as if nothing ever happened, totally erased from history.